Chapter 285. After a while, Su Chen calmed himself down and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up, pepper seed, fragment X1, 1-1, fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before exchanging it for energy points. Although it was the first time pepper seed appeared, it was useless to keep it. Then, he grabbed another purple shard. Picked up, Abyss Ghost Howling Wind, fragment X1, 110, fragments are full, cannot be used, can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The name, Abyss Ghost Howling Wind, sounded like a wind element item because it had the word wind in it. Just like Ancient Thunder, there was the word thunder in it. Serene Pool Divine Wood, there was the word wood in it. Thinking of this, Su Chen was looking forward to it. He used wind element spells more often and was more comfortable with them. However, compared to thunder, wood, ice, and fire element spells, the power was obviously weaker. The reason was that he did not fuse with a wind element item. If Abyss Ghost Howling Wind was a wind element item, it would undoubtedly increase his wind element magic by a level, and his strength would definitely increase again. The appearance of Abyss Ghost Howling Wind made Su Chen excited, and the speed at which he picked up fragments increased by a lot. After picking up a dozen fragments in a row, a new item appeared. Picked up, 56-inch color TV, X1, 1-1, fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Su Chen did not expect that even a color TV could be dropped, and could not help but let his imagination run wild. After coming to the apocalypse, he had not watched TV for a long time, and he did miss it. However, was there a TV signal in the apocalypse? Su Chen thought about it for a moment and decided to exchange for it. After receiving the feedback, he understood that 56-inch color TV was not broadcast by receiving a TV signal, but by placing a disc. This meant that as long as he had the disc, he could watch TV in the apocalypse. There were very few entertainment programs in the apocalypse, and recently, everyone was a bit tired of playing landlord. If he could watch TV, it would undoubtedly make his life more colorful. After putting the 56-inch color TV into his storage bag, Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. Picked up, Upgrade Gem, fragment asterisk, 1-1, the fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up, Sora Aoi's movie disc, fragment asterisk 1-1, the fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Su Chen's expression became a little strange. He felt that he had been at loggerheads with Sora Aoi recently. The Sora Aoi blow-up doll had just been released, and now there was a short movie. F***CK, can't you change it? Of course, Su Chen was only fantasizing. Whether it was old teacher Tsang's video or other people's video, he couldn't exchange for it. If this was shown on TV, what would people think of him? Wouldn't his image crumble? Dispelling distracting thoughts, Su Chen grabbed a red fragment. Picked up, Level 3 Constitution Potion, fragment asterisk 1-1, the fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Level 3 Constitution Potion had not appeared for a long time, and the value of this item was very high. Jianghu and the others were now level 2 evolvers, and they would definitely use it in the future. Chapter 286. After putting away the level 3 physique potion, Su Chen locked his eyes on an orange fragment. The orange fragment was a mutated beast. There were many types of mutated beasts. Some were very strong, and some were very weak. He had picked up a few orange fragments before, but none of them could be used. Either there were too many fragments and he could not gather all of them, or the mutated beast was too weak and was not worth it. Su Chen did not have much hope for this orange fragment. Picked up, Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito, Fragment X1, 110. Fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. This orange fragment might have dropped a mosquito, but the name sounded a little pretentious. Super, devouring, and ancient. These three words undoubtedly raised the level of this mosquito. It also made Su Chen have high expectations for it. However, he was still short of 9 fragments. He did not think too much and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up, Eternal Youth Fruit Seed, Fragment X1, 110. Fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. This was the first time that he needed to gather enough seeds to use them. This also meant that the value of this seed was very high. It was not something that the previous seeds could compare to. Su Chen was a little suspicious. Was the fruit of the Eternal Youth Fruit Seed used to preserve one's youth forever? If it was, then its value was very high. Especially since he still had the longevity fruit tree. If he used the two together, he could really achieve immortality. After a while, Su Chen took a deep breath and continued to pick up fragments. Picked up 100 Top Chinese Songs Discs, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up Omnipotent Pressure Cooker, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. He was a little tired of eating barbecued meat every day. Changing his diet, stewing soup was a good choice. Su Chen happily kept it in his storage bag. Picked up Grape Tree Seed, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. It was the first time the grape seed appeared. After Su Chen got it, he planted it into the plant space. Picked up Level 1 Pulse Cannon Fragment, *1, 13. The fragments are not full, so they cannot be used. They can be exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Half an hour later, all the fragments were collected. Su Chen was quite satisfied with his harvest this time. After resting for a while, when he was about to collect the corpses of the sea beasts, the intelligent war chariot suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, there are 3 large ships rapidly approaching us. They are currently 10 kilometers away. They are expected to meet in 10 minutes. Someone from the 13 Forget Worries Sea cities came? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The 13 Forget Worries ocean cities were the largest power in the vicinity. Moreover, he had just destroyed one of Tan Haicheng's giant warships, so it was reasonable for the other party to seek revenge. However, Su Chen could not figure it out. The lightning-type spell techniques he had just unleashed could be described as earth-shattering. It also proved that his strength was unparalleled. The other party should have known this, so why did he still dare to come? Was he fearless? Or was he fearless because he was ignorant? Since he could not figure it out, Su Chen decided not to dwell on it. No matter what the other party's motive was, as long as they dared to provoke him, only death awaited them. Chapter 287. Then, Su Chen continued to collect the corpses of the sea beasts. When he was halfway through collecting, 3 large ships approached. Seeing that the other party was coming menacingly, Wu Yang and the others stopped collecting the sea beasts. Each of them held their weapons and became cautious. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 3 large ships. These 3 ships, from the outside, were no different from the previous giant ship. However, they were obviously much smaller. They were more than 100 meters long, only 1/3 the size of the giant ship. At this moment, on the bow of the middle ship, there were more than a dozen people standing around. The leader was an old man with high cheekbones and eyes that were as small as beans. After looking at Su Chen and the others, he asked a middle-aged man next to him, "Is it them?" City Lord, it's them. The one who released the thunder technique is the young man standing at the front. The middle-aged man hurriedly replied. When he spoke, he was still a little scared. He was one of the people on the small ship that escaped. Previously, the scene of Su Chen sinking the giant ship with one move was still vivid in his mind. At that time, he was almost scared to death on the spot. Meeting Su Chen again, even with so many masters in the Forgotten Worries Ocean, he still felt a little uneasy. Boy, you killed our Tan Haicheng's people? You destroyed our giant ship? Do you know your crime? The bean-eyed old man's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. He was none other than the city lord of Tan Haicheng, Tan Sihai. He was also the leader of the 13 cities of the Forgotten Worries Ocean. When he learned that Tan Haicheng's giant ship was destroyed and his subordinates were slaughtered, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Whether it was the giant ship or his subordinates, they were all important trump cards for him to maintain his position in the Forgotten Worries Ocean. Now that they were all destroyed by Su Chen, his position in the Forgotten Worries Ocean was not so stable. Therefore, today, he must kill Su Chen and the others to restore Tan Haicheng's prestige. He wanted to let the others know that Forget Worries Ocean was still his world. Of course, he also knew how powerful Su Chen was. In order to kill an expert like Su Chen, one had to be fully prepared. On this trip, he had brought along a treasure that was specially designed to restrain Su Chen, so he was very confident. You people from Tan Haicheng actually dared to snatch my sea demon beast. It can only be said that you are courting death. Su Chen's face was full of contempt. He snorted coldly and said, if you know what's good for you, scram immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. Ha! Tan Sihai laughed wildly, then stared at Su Chen, his eyes exuding a bone-chilling coldness. He gritted his teeth and said, I know you are a powerful magic psychic master, but you are still too inexperienced to act tough in front of me, Tan Sihai. Today, this old man will completely suppress you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and something that looked like a ruby slowly floated into the sea. Jianghu spat at the big ship where Tan Sihai was, his eyes were full of sarcasm. This old man with the surname Tan is quite good at acting tough. He still wants to suppress Jianghu. Chao Ran, who was next to him, echoed, some people's brains don't work well when they get old. They even dared to provoke Jianghu. They have no one to blame but themselves for their long lives. Sure, Daoist sighed and sighed, they are already so old. Isn't it good to live? In their hearts, Su Chen was an invincible existence. Tan Sihai was so arrogant that he wanted to arm wrestle with Su Chen. This kind of behavior was tantamount to suicide. Su Chen's attention was always on the ruby. He faintly felt that the ruby contained a strange power that made him a little uncomfortable. Huh. Kid, under the light of my anti-magic gem, you have less than 10% of your magical power left. Let's see how you are going to fight me. At this moment, Tan Sihai laughed wildly again. Chapter 288. Su Chen circulated his magic power and felt that it was indeed a little sluggish. Although he was a little surprised, he did not take it to heart. Magic power was only one of his many means. His opponent was too naive to think that he could defeat him with just a piece of anti-magic gem. Do you think you can show off in front of me by imprisoning my magic power? Su Chen rubbed his nose and sneered. Then, with a flash of purple light on his feet, he stepped into the sea and charged towards Tan Sihai at a ghostly speed. What a fast speed! Is he a high-level evolved person? Could he be a level 5 evolved person? Mayor, what should we do? Seeing Su Chen charging at them with lightning speed, the people on the ship were a little panicked. Tan Sihai's eyelids also twitched. Originally, he thought that Su Chen was just a psychic. He did not think that Su Chen was also an evolved person. And judging from his speed, it was very likely that he was a level 5 evolved person. Let's attack together, we can't let him get here. Tan Sihai roared and raised his hand to shoot out a violent thunder spell. He knew that once a powerful evolved person like Su Chen got close, it would be a disaster for them. So he did not hesitate to stop Su Chen. The others reacted and attacked at the same time. Dozens of psychic casters released spells together. Icicles, fireballs, and violent thunder spells flew out continuously. Those evolved people did not have long-range attacks, but they took out bows and arrows and shot at Su Chen. For a time, all kinds of spells were thrown at Su Chen from all directions. Hundreds of sharp arrows pierced the sky and whistled toward Su Chen. At this moment, the whole sky was covered in the color of magic. The magic waves emitted from it were abnormally terrifying. The sound of the air being pierced deeply into everyone's eardrums. Even though Wu Yang and the others were far away, they still felt the waves of pressure and their breathing became much more rapid. Although he knew that Su Chen was very strong, in the face of such an indiscriminate attack, could he survive? Tan Lin and Yang Qian couldn't help but feel nervous. Their palms were sweating. The expressions of Yang Hao and the other two turned ugly. "Kid, let's see how you're going to act tough now." A cruel expression appeared on Tan Sihai's face. Even a level 5 evolver would not be able to survive the attack of dozens of spells and hundreds of arrows. At this moment, he already regarded Su Chen as a dead man. Su Chen scoffed at this. He didn't even try to dodge, allowing the spells and arrows to come at him. In the next moment, the flying spell exploded around him, setting off a monstrous wave that drowned Su Chen's figure. Following closely behind, the sharp arrows pierced into the place where Su Chen was standing one after another. "Huh! You're dead meat." Seeing this scene, Tan Sihai laughed wildly again. The others were also excited and hooted. "I thought this kid was very powerful. It turns out that he only knows how to act tough. Going against the 13 forgotten Worry Sea cities, he must be tired of living. So what if he's a level 5 evolver? Under our joint efforts, didn't he still die without leaving even a speck of dust? You're too naive." Just as the people of the 13 forgotten Worry Sea cities were celebrating, a cold snort suddenly rang in their ears. Immediately after, a tall and handsome figure slowly walked out from the waves that filled the sky. "It's him. Why is he still alive? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. He can't possibly survive." When they saw that the person who walked out was Su Chen, the people of the 13 forgotten Worry Sea cities screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 289. What was even harder for them to accept was that when Su Chen walked out, he patted his clothes a few times with a faint smile on his face. He was completely unharmed from the beginning to the end. How could this be? Could it be that those spells and arrows were all fake? Or did they attack the wrong target? Or was Su Chen so powerful that he could ignore such powerful attacks? Unable to figure out the situation, the people of the 13 Forget Worry Sea cities fell into deep shock and confusion. "Do you think a bunch of ants like you can cause trouble in front of me? You overestimate yourselves." Su Chen sneered and walked forward slowly. With the ancient god-fiend body, he could ignore any attacks below the same level. Tan Sihai was the strongest among them, but he was only a level 4 Dharma psychic. How could he hurt him? Although Su Chen walked slowly, every step he took made the hearts of the people of the 13 Forget Worry Sea cities tremble. It was as if they felt that death was about to come. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore and tried to persuade Tan Sihai. "City Lord, he's not human. Let's run. Alliance Master, take a step back and you'll be safe." Su Chen's strength had exceeded their understanding. Arrows couldn't hurt him, spells didn't work, and he was a terrifying existence that couldn't be killed at all. How could they have the courage to resist? At this moment, they wished they could grow a pair of wings and fly away from this place. "Retreat, return to Tan Hai City, leave immediately." Tan Sihai came back to his senses and hurriedly ordered. He was already scared out of his wits by Su Chen. He only wanted to escape as far as possible. As long as he didn't run into Su Chen, he could escape to the ends of the earth. What face? Dignity? Compared to his life, all of that was worth less than a fart. Can you escape? Su Chen sneered and then ran forward at full speed. Just as he approached the ship, he leaped up and punched the air. In an instant, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. Each fist shadow emitted an extremely fierce aura, causing the void to buzz and tremble. What's this? Tan Sihai was so scared that his legs began to tremble. The others could not even raise their heads under the pressure of this violent fist aura. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Su Chen bellowed and punched out. Bang bang bang. What followed was a series of 100 explosions. Under the merciless devastation of the Pegasus Meteor Fist, the ship, which was over 100 meters long, was directly smashed into pieces. Tan Sihai and the others also became a part of the powder. After falling into the sea, they finally disappeared without a trace. Oh my God! Run quickly! He's a devil! The people on the other two ships were scared out of their wits. They tried their best to steer their ships away. His speed was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already fled a distance of over 100 meters. Su Chen curled his lips and ordered the intelligent chariot, Satoshi, launch 2 torpedoes and kill them. Yes. The intelligent war chariot turned on the torpedo launcher and launched 2 torpedoes. Boom, boom. With 2 deafening explosions, the 2 ships sank to the bottom of the sea one after another. Okay, let's continue. Su Chen smiled faintly and then walked to the anti-magic gem. After looking at it, he put it into the storage bag. The anti-magic gem's function was still very strange. It seemed to be able to cut off the bridge between the body and the magic power. This aroused Su Chen's strong interest. He planned to study it when he had time. Chapter 290. An hour later, the sea beasts' bodies were dealt with, and everyone returned to the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen took out the universal pressure cooker and universal oven and gave them to Yang Hao, asking him to prepare the meal. He then communicated with the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, I have got the thunderstorm stones. There are 100 stones in total. Is it enough for the upgrade? Master, the upgrade of the magnetic storm net and torpedo requires 50 thunderstorm stones each. And the derivative thunderbolt requires 100 stones, the intelligent war chariot replied. How is the power of the magnetic storm net and torpedo after the upgrade? Su Chen was more concerned about this. As for the thunderbolt beam, he felt that it was not worth it because it required 100 stones, so he decided to use the thunderstorm stones on the magnetic storm net and torpedo. After the upgrade of the magnetic storm net, the coverage area doubled, but the power remained the same. After the torpedo upgrade, the power increased by 1/3. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. Before the upgrade of the magnetic storm power source, it could kill more than 100 zombies below level 3 at once. After the upgrade, it could only kill zombies below level 3, but the number of zombies it could kill had doubled. As for the torpedo, it could kill about 300 sea beasts at once. After the upgrade, it could kill 400. Su Chen was still not satisfied with the performance after the upgrade. After a while, he installed the thunderstorm stones in the groove below the central control screen. After the upgrade of the intelligent war chariot, Su Chen turned to look at the central control screen and continued to look for the sea beasts. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot spoke again, Master, the gem you got before is very useful to me. I can create a new attack weapon. Gem? The anti-magic gem? Su Chen muttered, took out the anti-magic gem, and asked, Satoshi, is it this gem? It is this gem, the intelligent war chariot replied with certainty. Su Chen installed the anti-magic gem in the groove and asked, "Satoshi, what kind of weapon can you create?" It was true that the anti-magic gem was a good item, but as long as it could increase the attack power of the intelligent war chariot, no matter how good it was, he would install it on the intelligent war chariot. By consuming this anti-magic gem, I can generate anti-magic light waves that can cover an area of 1,000 meters, the intelligent war chariot explained. What's the use of the anti-magic light wave? Su Chen could faintly feel that this thing wasn't simple, so he asked urgently. Its function is to confine a psychic's magic power, and its confinement rate is 100%. There's a limit to the confinement ability, it can't exceed my own level. A pleasant surprise, a pleasant surprise. Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. The anti-magic light wave was only effective against magic psyche masters. Any magic psyche master who was enveloped by the light wave would not be able to use any spells and would be reduced to a cripple. Of course, the prerequisite was that the level of the enveloped Dharma psychic must not exceed the level of the intelligent war chariot. In other words, the intelligent war chariot was now at level 3, and the anti-magic light wave could only be used against spellcasters below level 3. Even so, the might of the anti-magic light wave was no small matter. In addition, how many magic psyche masters above level 4 could there be on Thousand Feather Island? Probably only a handful. Moreover, the intelligent war chariot wouldn't stay at level 3 forever. It was an upgraded war chariot. As long as there were enough materials, it could continue to be upgraded. At that time, the power of the anti-magic light wave would reach a new level. Su Chen calmed down and continued to search for the whereabouts of the sea monsters. Chapter 291. Needless to say, there were many sea beasts in the Forget Worries Ocean, and they often came in groups. Su Chen soon found a group of about 2,000 sea beasts. Before setting off to hunt, he decided to fill his stomach first. Especially since he had just obtained the omnipotent pressure cooker, he wanted to taste it. After eating and drinking, everyone embarked on the hunting journey. In the next few days, Su Chen kept hunting sea beasts. No matter how many sea beasts there were in the Forget Worries Ocean, they could not withstand this kind of killing. In the end, not even a shadow of the sea beasts could be seen. Sea beasts were not like zombies. They also had intelligence. Seeing a large number of their companions die, they migrated out of the Forget Worries Ocean and went to other sea areas or even the deep sea. Without any sea beasts to kill, Su Chen did not want to wander around the Forget Worries Ocean. As for going to other sea areas or the deep sea, he had no intention of doing so for the time being. Of course, after killing all the zombies and mutant beasts in Jianghu Island, he would naturally go to other sea areas. After glancing at the central control screen, Su Chen chose a place to land. When he arrived on land, he immediately put the Heavenly Overlord Turtle into the pet raising space. The initial space of the pet raising space was only 10 cubic meters, which was definitely not enough to hold the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. However, Su Chen upgraded it to 300 cubic meters, which was enough to hold the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. In addition, the storage bag was also upgraded to 300 cubic meters. Planting space had also been upgraded, but the upgrade was smaller, only 100 cubic meters. For this, Su Chen used up all the upgrade gems and even spent a lot of energy points. However, compared to the consumption, the harvest was more abundant. During this period, tens of thousands of sea beasts were killed, and thousands of fragments were dropped. Most of them were exchanged for energy points. His energy points had already exceeded 8,000, and this was under the condition that he had spent some. Otherwise, it would have been even more. As for the sea beasts' corpses, the storage bag was almost filled to the brim. There were tens of thousands of energy stones of various levels. It could be said that Su Chen made a lot of money on this trip to the Forget Worries Ocean. Su Chen, where are we going next? After arriving on land, the intelligent war chariot remained where it was? Wu Yang asked. Su Chen originally wanted to return to Tiannan colony. After all, there were still a lot of zombies there. However, when he glanced at the central control screen, he realized that the Fire Wolf encampment was on the way to Tiannan encampment, so he decided to take a look. Let's go to the Fire Wolf colony first, then return to the Tiannan colony, Su Chen said. Upon hearing that they were going to Tiannan, Wu Yang, Chao Ran, and Tan Lin became excited. After all, they had lived in the heavenly south for many years, so they had more or less feelings for each other. Next, he locked onto the location of the Fire Wolves' gathering place, and the intelligent war chariot moved at full speed. Chenggu, do you want to fight? With nothing to do, Yang Hao took out his poker cards and invited Su Chen to play Fight the Landlord. Let's not play Fight the Landlord today. Let's listen to music. Su Chen smiled, then took out the color TV and installed the 100 Network Hit Songs CD. The first song to play was Your Answer. Maybe the world is like this. I'm also on the road. No one can tell. The light of dawn will cross the darkness. Break all fear. I can find the answer. His deep voice and melodious music made the crowd intoxicated. Chapter 292. Su Chen was also deeply touched. The apocalypse was actually a dark world, and everyone should be looking for answers. Then what was his answer? After thinking for a while, he felt that his answer was very simple and pure. That was to kill zombies and drop fragments. He. The more the better. Simple and monotonous, but not lacking in meaning. The intelligent war chariot traveled for 3 days straight, and just as it was about to reach the Fire Wolf gathering place, Su Chen saw on the central control screen that 4 blue dots were flying towards him. They were only a few miles apart. Moreover, the speed of these 4 blue dots was not slow, so they should be evolvers. Su Chen did not care, evolvers were everywhere after all, as long as they did not come to provoke him. The intelligent war chariot continued to move forward according to its usual route, and after a few minutes, it met the 4 blue dots. Senior. Save me. Su Chen was resting with his eyes closed, and vaguely felt that the voice was a little familiar. Chenggu, it seems to be Zhou Yun. Yang Hao reminded him. Zhou Yun? Su Chen frowned slightly. He had a good impression of Zhou Yun, and when he left, he even gave him a bottle of Level 1 Vitality Potion. However, wasn't Zhou Yun's home at the Rocky Hill? Why did he come here? And he was asking him for help, was he being chased? Thinking of this, Su Chen opened his eyes and looked outside. Sure enough, he saw Zhou Yun flying towards him, and behind him were 3 men in blue, chasing after Zhou Yun. Satoshi, stop the chariot. Su Chen ordered, and when the intelligent war chariot stopped, he got out of the chariot. At this time, Zhou Yun had already run in front of him, and he was still shouting, Senior, they want to kill me. Su Chen focused his gaze, and saw that Zhou Yun's clothes were ragged, and there were a few wounds on his body, looking very miserable. The 3 men in blue, after catching up, were not in a hurry to make a move. They kept looking at Su Chen and the intelligent war chariot. They had seen a lot of MCVs, but it was the first time they had seen one as cool as the intelligent war vehicle. Moreover, they also knew that the people who owned the MCV were not ordinary people. If he didn't have the strength, the MCV would have been taken away by others. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Seeing that Zhou Yun and Su Chen were very familiar with each other, one of the men with a scar on his face snorted coldly. Although he still didn't know Su Chen's background, he had his own identity and Su Chen's young age, so he didn't put Su Chen in his eyes. Su Chen ignored him and turned to ask Zhou Yun, what's going on? Why are they chasing after you? Zhou Yun clenched his hands and said angrily, Senior, they are from Heaven Connect City. After learning that Fang Chengwu was killed, they began to hunt down people related to this matter. Fang Chengwu was killed by Su Chen, and Zhou Yun had been with Su Chen at that time, so it was reasonable that he was implicated. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen looked at the three men from Heaven Connect City and said lightly, "Are you from Heaven Connect City?" It could be said that he had a deep grudge with the people of Heaven Connect City. In total, he had killed many people of Heaven Connect City. Among them, there were 3 level 3 evolvers. If the other party was really from Heaven Connect City, he could only count himself unlucky to have met him. The scarred man glanced coldly at Su Chen and threatened, "Kid, since you know we are from Heaven Connect City, why don't you get out of my way?" Heaven Connect City was one of the top forces in Yulin, and even in the entire Jianghu Island, its name was very well known. No matter who it was, when they saw people from Heaven Connect City, they would be courteous to them as a form of respect. With this identity, the scarred man thought that Su Chen would not dare to go against him. Chapter 293. Sky Connect City is nothing. Su Chen curled his lips and said mockingly, "I like killing people from Sky Connect City the most, and I've already killed quite a few." At this point, he narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the scarred man and the other 2. His eyes were cold, as if he was treating the 3 of them as dead people. "What do you want?" Being stared at by Su Chen, the scarred man felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously took a few steps back. The other 2's expressions also changed, and they retreated together. Su Chen seemed to be harmless to humans and animals, but there was a fierce murderous aura around him. Only some particularly powerful people would have this kind of murderous aura. At this moment, they all realized that Su Chen was definitely a powerful person, and a very powerful one at that. "Of course it's to kill you." Su Chen smiled faintly, and his mind power instantly spread out. With 3 explosive sounds, the scarred man and the other 2 exploded into 3 clouds of blood mist under the pressure of the mind power. Seeing this, the corners of Zhou Yun's mouth couldn't help but tremble. He had a feeling that Su Chen seemed to be much more powerful than the last time he saw him. Last time, Su Chen was at level 3, and now he was at level 4, and his strength had increased exponentially. It was reasonable for Zhou Yun to have this kind of intuitive feeling. "Get in the car first." Su Chen called out and walked straight into the intelligent war chariot. Zhou Yun followed closely behind. After getting in the car, he politely greeted the people in the car. "Hello, seniors." Sure Duo tried her best to hold back her laughter and thought to herself, "I'm only 7 years old. How did I become a senior?" Chao Ran cleared his throat and pretended to be deep as he said, "Little Zhou, not bad. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've already become an evolved person." Zhou Yun looked at Su Chen and said gratefully, "It's all thanks to the potion that senior gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become an evolved person in my lifetime." Hearing this, Chao Ran and the others were deeply moved. Their talents were very poor, and the only reason they could become evolvers was because of Su Chen. "Just call me Chenggu. Don't call me senior. It's uncomfortable." Su Chen joked and then asked, "How many people came from Heaven Connect City? Where are they now?" "Chenggu, there are more than 10 of them, and one of them is a level 4 evolver," Zhou Yun quickly replied. Zhou Yun was very excited that Su Chen wanted him to call him Chenggu. Although it was only a change in the way he addressed Su Chen, there was no doubt that his relationship with Su Chen had become much closer. "Why are they here? It's not a star-gathering stone, is it?" Su Chen gave a soft cry of surprise. A level 4 evolver could be said to be the top fighting power in Tongtian City, and such people would not go out easily. If they encountered an accident outside, it would be an immeasurable loss to Tongtian City. It seems to be for the star-gathering stone. As soon as they came, they searched everywhere for the star-gathering stone. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and replied. Su Chen rubbed his nose and pondered. Although the value of the star-gathering stone was very high, there was no need to mobilize so many people, right? Even a level 4 evolver was sent out to search for it. Su Chen faintly felt that this matter was not simple, so he ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, go to the fire wolf gathering place immediately. Yes. The intelligent war chariot ignited and started, speeding forward. About an hour later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the gate of the fire wolf gathering place. Just like last time, there were many people coming in and out of the city gate. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot immediately caused a commotion among them. Chapter 294. Look, that group of killing gods is here again. Oh my god, are they going to fight with the people of Sky Connect City? Who knows? Let's wait and see. Sky Connect City has a level 4 evolver. How can they be a match for him? Do you think they're easy to deal with? Last time, the arrival of Su Chen and the others had set off a storm of blood at the fire wolf gathering place. Many experts, including the city lord Fang Chengwu, were killed. Would he go on a killing spree like the last time he came here? Let's go and meet the people of Sky Connect City. Su Chen opened the door and got out of the car. The rest of the people followed closely behind Su Chen. When the crowd stood in front of the carriage and lined up, more than a dozen men in blue walked out of the city gate. Judging from their clothes, they were not much different from the 3 people from Sky Connect City who had been killed before. Is this the group of people who killed Fang Chengwu and stole the star-gathering stone? On the opposite side, an old man with a face full of pockmarks glanced at Su Chen and the others before turning to ask Fengzhe who was beside him. Fengzhe secretly looked at Su Chen and saw that Su Chen's eyes were unfriendly. He could not help but shiver. It could be said that he could not afford to offend either Su Chen or the old man with the pockmarks. However, it was impossible for him to stay out of the two of them. Fengzhe struggled for a while and finally chose to stand on the side of the old man with the pockmarks. The old man with the pockmarks was not only a level 4 evolver but also from Sky Connect City. Regardless of strength or identity, Su Chen could not compare to him. Although Su Chen was also very strong, he was only level 3. He was definitely not a match for a level 4 evolver. After thinking this through, he bowed and replied, "Sir, the ones who stole the star-gathering stone and killed Chief Fang are these traitors." Hearing this, Wu Yang and the others were furious. Su Chen's face was also as gloomy as water. No matter what, he had helped Fengzhe last time, pushing him to the position of the leader of the fire wolf gathering place. Who would have thought that not only would this guy not be grateful, but he would also become a fence-sitter and side with Heaven Connect City? How abominable. This kind of behavior was equivalent to betrayal, and Su Chen had already placed him on his must-kill list. How dare you kill people and rob them here? The pockmarked old man angrily rebuked with an arrogant face, and then coldly threatened, "Whoever took the star congregation stone, immediately hand it over, and I can leave his corpse intact." Do all of you from Sky Connect City like to show off? Su Chen rubbed his nose and took a step forward with a disdainful expression as if he was looking at the old man as a clown. The pockmarked old man frowned slightly. He sized up Su Chen and snorted coldly, "Kid, do you know how powerful Heaven Connect City is? Are you in such a hurry to die?" He did not understand why this young man in front of him still dared to speak so boldly after knowing that he was from Heaven Connect City. Did he know that he was going to die? Was he trying to show off before dying? So that he could die with dignity? Who gave you the courage to be a level 4 evolver from Heaven Connect City? Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? Su Chen said with a face full of contempt. Listening to the other party's tone, Heaven Connect City seemed to be the #1 force on Thousand Feather Island. Arrogant, domineering, and overbearing. It was as if he was saying that in front of Heaven Connect City, no matter who it was, they had to submit. Otherwise, they would suffer the wrath of Heaven Connect City and die. Chapter 295. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, there was an uproar at the city gate. An expert from Tongtian City, and a level 4 evolver at that, actually mocked him mercilessly. This time, it was very lively. The people of Tongtian City had always been known for their strength. Would they let a young man humiliate them? The answer was obvious. The people of Tongtian City were all filled with righteous indignation, and they put on a posture as if they wanted to tear Su Chen apart. The pockmarked old man was even more furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Boy, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he held a knife and rushed in front of Su Chen, slashing down. The aura of a level 4 evolver burst out like an avalanche. What a powerful aura! As expected of a level 4 evolver. That boy is finished. This is the result of provoking Tongtian City. He's still too young. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. They all thought that Su Chen was doomed this time. Even the light of a grain of rice was shining. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. His palm was instantly filled with a bright golden light. Under everyone's gaze, he stretched out his hand to grab the knife. Is he crazy? He actually dares to use his body to resist the powerful knife of a level 4 evolver? Does he think he has an indestructible body? Seeing this scene, the onlookers could not remain calm. Su Chen's action, in their view, was undoubtedly an act of seeking death. The pockmarked old man's expression changed slightly, but it was quickly replaced by a ruthless look. Since the young man in front of him was courting death, he might as well fulfill his wish. Crack! The crisp sound of something breaking rang out. The pockmarked old man's knife accurately landed on Su Chen's palm. However, the expected scene of Su Chen's palm being cut off did not appear. Instead, the knife in the pockmarked old man's hand was broken into 2 pieces. Is this real? This scene in the eyes of the crowd made them feel that it was especially unreal. Even a level 5 evolver had to avoid the violent knife of a level 4 evolver. Why did Su Chen dare to take it head-on? And it even broke the chopping blade? Could it be a level 6 evolver? But even a level 6 evolver wouldn't be unscathed, right? Could it be that he really had an indestructible body? Although Su Chen did not have an invincible Vajra body, he had the ancient God-fiend body and was immune to all attacks of the same level. In addition, with the help of the golden scales on the arm, it was normal for him to break the saber with one palm. A bunch of ignorant fools. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chao Ran sneered contemptuously. Su Chen was able to remain unscathed in the face of dozens of spells and hundreds of arrows. What could a mere saber do to him? What a fuss! How did you do it? The pockmarked old man was inexplicably shocked. He looked at Su Chen as if he had seen a ghost. Breaking a level 4 evolver's chopping knife with his bare hands was too terrifying. It was too unbelievable. You don't have the right to know how I did it. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Tell me your purpose for coming here, and I will consider leaving your corpse intact." Previously, the pockmarked old man had used this sentence to threaten Su Chen. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a sharp turn, and he had become the target of the threat. The pockmarked old man's thoughts kept spinning. He knew that Su Chen was qualified to say such words. But how could he be willing to just wait for death? In the end, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and flew to the side. Seeing this, the onlookers were stunned. A level 4 evolver was scared away? Did he not want the dignity of a level 4 evolver? Where would Heaven Connect City put their face? The rest of the people from Heaven Connect City were also dumbfounded. For a moment, they did not know what to do and were stunned on the spot. Want to run? Su Chen snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a green thread of light shot out from his finger and instantly shot to the feet of the pockmarked old man. Chapter 296. The pockmarked old man hadn't even taken a few steps when he felt his feet being entangled by something. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. It was a critical moment for him to escape. If he was delayed, he might lose his life. The pockmarked old man glanced at his feet. When he saw that it was a vine that was entangled, he was horrified. He cried out, "Wood element entanglement." A level 5 magician. Although Su Chen was only a level 4 magician, his wood element magic had been fused with the divine wood of the netherpool. The power of the spell he released was even higher than a level 5 spell. This made the pockmarked old man think that it was a level 5 spell. "I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me why you're here. Otherwise, I'll use 1,000 different ways to torture you." Su Chen walked in front of the pockmarked old man and stared at him coldly. His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling and evil aura. The pockmarked old man couldn't help but shudder. Under Su Chen's gaze, he finally opened his mouth. "We're here for the Star Congregation Stone. Continue." Su Chen's voice was cold. He already knew this. The key was why they were here to collect the Star Congregation Stone. "Senior, if I tell you, I'll become a sinner of Sky Connect City. They won't let me go." The pockmarked old man stuttered. The meaning of his words was that if he told the truth, Lin Fan had to protect him. Su Chen rubbed his nose and muttered in his heart, "Is this guy an idiot? Even if you tell me everything, I'll still kill you. Do I need to worry about Sky Connect City's revenge?" With a light snort, Su Chen said indifferently, "Tell me the truth, and I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, you'll be tortured. Choose for yourself." "So you're saying that you won't give me a chance to live?" The pockmarked old man's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, if I submit to you, can you spare my life?" If a level 4 evolver wanted to rely on a force, he would definitely be welcomed. After all, the strength of a level 4 evolver was there. No matter which force it joined, it would be able to greatly increase its strength. However, in Su Chen's eyes, not to mention a level 4 evolver, even a level 5 evolver was not worth mentioning. Moreover, he wouldn't keep someone he didn't know by his side. "You'd better confess honestly." Su Chen's face was serious as he curled his lips. "As for you submitting to me, I'm sorry, but I don't care." The pockmarked old man's face turned pale as he clenched his fists tightly. A level 4 evolver was actually worthless in the eyes of the other party? At this moment, his heart was crumbling, and he was furious. "If that's the case, then kill me if you want. I won't say a word." Su Chen didn't care at all. A strange curve appeared on his lips as he chuckled, "I've met quite a few people who are as stubborn as you. But in the end, they all regretted it." With that, Su Chen released his spiritual force and bound the pockmarked old man. At the same time, he took out the enchanted saber and chopped down at his right arm. Crack! The pockmarked old man's entire arm was separated from his body. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound, dyeing half of his body red in the blink of an eye. "Ah!" The pockmarked old man screamed in pain, his entire face twisted together. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked by this bloody scene and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The rest of the people from Heaven Pass City looked at each other and fled in all directions. "Captain Wu, don't leave a single one alive." Su Chen glanced at them and said to Wu Yang. Wu Yang didn't say anything and started chasing after the people of Heaven Pass City with the others. Su Chen looked at the pockmarked old man again and slowly raised the saber in his hand into the air. The pockmarked old man was scared out of his wits and shouted, "I said, the Lord of Heaven Pass City, Jianghu, wants to use the star-gathering stone to open a realm passage." Chapter 297. Su Chen frowned deeply and asked in a deep voice, why did they open the realm passage? Which race did they connect to? Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Cooperating with a foreign race was like asking a tiger for its skin. Why did Jianghu dare to open the realm passage? Could it be that he had a close relationship with the foreign race, just like the venerable engraved dragon of the Hidden Fog sect? The situation was getting more and more confusing. Su Chen fell into deep confusion. I only know that Jianghu wants to open a realm passage. I don't know anything else, the pockmarked old man sighed and replied. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the pockmarked old man. You're not lying to me? This matter had too many implications. He was not sure if the pockmarked old man was telling the truth. There's no need for a person who's about to die. The pockmarked old man sneered. Su Chen knew that he would not be able to get anything else out of the pockmarked old man, so he simply smashed his head with a punch. Su Chen, how should we deal with this guy? At this time, Wu Yang carried Feng Zhe and walked to Su Chen's side. As for the people of Heaven Connect City who had just escaped, they had already been caught and killed. Senior, I was forced to do this. Please give me another chance. Feng Zhe knelt at Su Chen's feet and loudly begged for mercy. This kind of opportunist would be a disaster if left alive. Su Chen did not even look at him. He raised his hand and cut off his head with a wind blade. Let's go, get on the carriage, Su Chen called out. The people of Heaven Connect City had been killed, so the matter here was over. He also wanted to leave the Fire Wolves' gathering place. After everyone had boarded the carriage, Su Chen asked Zhou Yun, do you have any relatives in Rocky Mound? Chen Gu, I'm an orphan. I don't have any relatives, Zhou Yun said. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll take you to a safe place. After all, he was acquainted with Zhou Yun. If he left him here, he would be in danger when the people from Heaven Connect City came later. Therefore, he planned to send Zhou Yun to Fengxi Gathering Place. If he followed Han Kuan, his safety would be guaranteed. Chen Gu, I'll listen to you. Zhou Yun nodded heavily. Su Chen nodded slightly and ordered the Intelligent War Chariot, Satoshi, head to Fengxi Gathering Place. The Intelligent War Chariot ignited and sped toward the Wind Elemental's base. Because the surrounding area had been cleaned up a few days ago, it was difficult to encounter a decent group of zombies. Everyone had nothing to do, so they gathered together to play Fight the Landlord, listen to music, eat barbecue, and drink fruit drinks. They were very happy. On the fourth day, the Intelligent War Chariot slowly approached the Fengxi Gathering Place. What was unexpected was that Fengxi Colony was not peaceful at this time. There was a fierce battle taking place outside the city. There were thousands of people participating in the battle from both sides. The side with the advantage in numbers was led by Han Kuan and the people from Fengxi Colony. The other side had fewer people, only a few hundred people. However, although they had fewer people, their fighting power was tyrannical. There were dozens of evolvers and psychics added together. Relying on the advantage of top fighting power, the Fengxi Colony was utterly defeated and suffered countless casualties. If Han Kuan had not vowed to fight to the death, the Fengxi Colony would have been defeated long ago. Moreover, Han Kuan's situation was very dangerous. He was only a level 2 evolver, but he was surrounded by several level 1 evolvers and a level 2 psychic. The situation was precarious. He might not be able to hold on for long before he was surrounded and killed. Chapter 298. Satoshi, charge! Su Chen roared. He and Han Kuan were friends, and he would not watch Han Kuan die in the hands of others. Perhaps sensing Su Chen's urgency, the Intelligent War Chariot increased its horsepower and rushed into the battle. As the Intelligent War Chariot's momentum was too domineering, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The two sides of the battle were forced to open up a path. They temporarily stopped fighting and stopped fighting. Screech, with a sudden breaking sound, the intelligent war chariot drifted beautifully and stopped in front of Han Kun. Immediately, Su Chen and the rest walked down from the chariot. "Brother Su." Han Kun was extremely excited as if he had seen his savior. The people who were surrounding Han Kun also stopped and gathered together. They sized up Su Chen and the rest cautiously. "Brother Han, how have you been?" Su Chen walked up with a smile and joked. His calm and collected expression made it seem as if he didn't put either side in his eyes at all. "Brother Su, luckily you came in time. If you were a step later, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them," Han Kun said with lingering fear. He knew that Su Chen was joking with him, but he was not in the mood to do so. "Tell me, what's going on?" Su Chen stopped smiling and said seriously. With Su Chen by his side, Han Kun was emboldened. He pointed at the other party's nose and scolded, "These bastards from Shuren's colony want to steal our city." "Shuren's colony?" Su Chen murmured, and his interest was piqued. Speaking of which, he had some conflicts with Shuren's colony. He had killed 6 of their evolvers. However, what he could not understand was that Shuren's colony was at least a few thousand miles away from here. Why did they come all the way here to steal a small colony instead of staying in their own place? Were they so poor that they went crazy? Su Chen glanced at them and his gaze landed on a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He said sternly, "Why are you snatching my friend's city?" The middle-aged man was the strongest level 2 magician in the group and was most likely their leader. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man frowned and did not immediately reply. Su Chen looked young, but his every move carried the aura of a king, causing him to involuntarily mutter. She didn't know that Su Chen was pretending. Or was it because of his strength that he had nothing to fear? The dark-skinned man didn't say anything, but the people around him were a little unhappy. A bulky young man stepped forward and harumphed coldly, "Kid, who do you think you are? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Su Chen pursed his lips. "That's a good idea." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The burly young man's head had inexplicably exploded. Just as he said before, he didn't even know how he died. Faced with such a strange situation, the people around the dark-skinned man were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all stepped back in unison. Although the dark-skinned man didn't move, his eyes were filled with a deep layer of fear. Others didn't know how the burly young man died, but he could guess. It was very likely that the young man in front of him used his spiritual energy to kill him. And to silently crush the head of a level 1 evolver, only a level 3 magician or above could do it. Thinking of this, the dark-skinned man couldn't help but gulp and say with a trembling voice, "Senior, we're sorry for the offense. We'll leave now." "Did I say you could leave?" Su Chen harumphed coldly and released his spiritual energy to bind the dark-skinned man to the spot. He still hadn't found out the purpose of the other party's visit, so of course he wouldn't let him go. Moreover, he and Shuren's colony already had a conflict. Even if this didn't happen, he wouldn't let him go so easily. Chapter 299. "Senior, please hold on," the dark-skinned man shouted. With his body restrained, his life was no longer in his own hands. If he wanted to live, he could only plead with the young man in front of him. The people around the dark-skinned man saw that their leader was being restrained and came to their senses. The young man in front of them was a telekinesis master, and an unusually powerful one at that. Previously, the death of the burly young man was secretly caused by him. After knowing Su Chen's identity, their expressions turned ugly, and they began to feel uneasy. "Tell me, what's going on?" Su Chen stared at the dark-skinned man and asked coldly. The dark-skinned man swallowed his saliva and replied truthfully, "Senior, a large number of mutated people have appeared near the Huangzi Mountains. They are very powerful and bloodthirsty, so we had no choice but to come here. You have no choice but to steal other people's gathering place? Su Chen snorted coldly. The dark-skinned man trembled in fear and did not dare to let out a fart. Su Chen continued to ask, what do those mutated people look like? How strong are they? They all look like turtles, and they are very strong. They are at least level 1 evolvers, the dark-skinned man said with a trembling voice. Could it be the Green Turtle tribe? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. In the deep pit of the Huangzi Mountains, there was a realm passage that led to the Green Turtle tribe. Coupled with the dark-skinned man's description, he was basically sure that it was the Green Turtle tribe. Speaking of which, he had even argued with a member of the Green Turtle tribe. He had heard about the Green Turtle tribe from that member of the tribe. Su Chen was not afraid of the appearance of the Green Turtle tribe. Instead, he was somewhat excited. The reason was simple: killing the mutated people would drop fragments. The population of a tribe must have reached a terrifying number. How many fragments would be dropped if all of them were killed? Su Chen was very much looking forward to it. When did those mutated people appear? Where are their hearts? Su Chen asked calmly. They appeared 5 days ago. They should be heading to King Kong City now, the dark-skinned man thought for a moment and replied. Looks like Vajra City is done for. Su Chen muttered to himself. Vajra City was originally considered a large gathering place, but after Huang Can and the other experts were killed by him, their strength had dropped to a freezing point. Every member of the Green Tortoise tribe was at least a level 1 evolver, so it was easy for them to take down King Kong City. Alright, I've asked all the questions I need to. Su Chen withdrew his mind power and said plainly. The dark-skinned man regained his freedom and a look of joy appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for not killing me, senior." Su Chen pursed his lips. You might have misunderstood. I never said that I would let you go. He didn't have any deep grudges with the dark-skinned man and the others, but a grudge had already been formed. Since they were already enemies, they had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles. Senior, what do you mean? The smile on the dark-skinned man's face froze, and he kept retreating. The others didn't know what to do, and nervousness spread among them. It's simple, Su Chen pursed his lips and said mockingly, I want to break your heads. You want to kill us? The dark-skinned man was shocked and shouted, Brothers, let's fight him. Since Su Chen didn't want to let them go, they naturally wouldn't regret waiting for death. He didn't believe that they would be afraid of a high-level telekinesis master with hundreds of people. Chapter 300. Kill. In an instant, battle cries filled the air. The tanned man and the others took out their weapons and charged at Su Chen. In the face of death, they had no other choice. Only by killing Su Chen would they have a chance to live. Hundreds of people joined forces and formed a rope. Their aura was extremely violent. Han Kun was stunned by this aura. His expression changed slightly. However, he did not back down. Instead, he wanted to help Su Chen. His idea was simple. Su Chen was here to help him. He could not let Su Chen bear the brunt of his anger alone. However, just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Wu Yang beside him. Captain Wu, Han Kun frowned. He did not understand why Wu Yang stopped him. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of Wu Yang's mouth as he said faintly, It's just a group of ants. They can't do anything in front of Su Chen. Let's just watch the show. Ants? Hundreds of people and dozens of evolvers were actually seen as a bunch of ants? Han Kun frowned. He was even more confused. He had seen Su Chen's strength before. He had single-handedly grabbed explosive dragon flame and killed a level 3 black flame explosive dragon with a single slash. However, the combined attack of dozens of evolvers was not to be underestimated. Were they really less than ants in front of Su Chen? With this kind of doubt, Han Kuen's gaze drifted to Su Chen. What happened next almost caused his jaw to drop. He saw Su Chen punch out. Shadows of fists appeared in the air and rained down with an earth-shattering force. Then, a series of explosions rang out. Bam, 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 one after another, it continued without end. After 100 explosions, the tanned man and the others were all turned into a pile of meat paste. They could not be more dead. Gulp. Han Kuen swallowed his saliva. He was stunned. One punch, just one punch, and hundreds of experts were annihilated. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still felt incredulous. At this moment, he also realized that Su Chen's strength had obviously increased by a level compared to the last time. If there was a word to describe Su Chen, it would be, Han Kuen could only think of one word, invincible. This was also Zhou Yun's first time seeing Su Chen use a killer move. At this moment, his mouth was so wide open that even his fist could be stuffed in. The other people in Fengshi were also shocked by Su Chen's punch. Other than being moved by Su Chen's strength, he was also secretly glad that Su Chen was the leader's friend. If it was an enemy, even if the thousands of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. Brother Su, what level are you now? After a long time, Han Kuen came back to his senses. He walked to Su Chen's side and asked in a daze. Su Chen smiled. I just reached level 4 a few days ago. Hiss. Han Kuen sucked in a breath of cold air. He remembered clearly that the last time Su Chen came here, he was only level 3. After not seeing him for a few days, he was already level 4. This kind of cultivation talent could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Su Chen was not even 20 years old. Brother Han, I came here this time to ask for a favor. Seeing that Han Kuen was in a daze, Su Chen coughed softly. Brother Su, you're too polite. If there's anything, just tell me. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I'll definitely help you complete it, Han Kuen promised. Su Chen had saved Fengshi from danger twice. To him, Su Chen was tantamount to saving his life. Of course, he had to keep the matter of saving his life in mind. Su Chen called Zhou Yun to his side and said with a smile, his name is Zhou Yun. He's also my friend. Please take care of him in the future. Han Kuen said solemnly, Brother Su, don't worry. Zhou Yun will be my brother from now on. Chapter 301. After that, Su Chen chatted with Han Kuen for a while and gave him some seeds and sea monster corpses before leaving in a hurry. Originally, he planned to stay here for a day to catch up with Han Kuen. However, the appearance of the Green Turtle tribe changed his mind. Killing the aliens and getting their fragments was the most important thing. Satoshi, head to King Kong City, Su Chen ordered as soon as he returned to the car. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto King Kong City and set off. Su Chen, aren't we going to Tiannan Colony? Wu Yang asked curiously. Su Chen told him about the appearance of the Green Turtle tribe and their plan to attack King Kong City. Hearing this, everyone was a little excited and nervous. Although they had encountered aliens a few times before, they had never fought with them. The reason was that there were too few of them, and they were all killed by Su Chen's lightning-fast methods. The Green Turtle tribe was likely to be an entire tribe. Their numbers must have reached a terrifying number, and they could kill to their heart's content. Due to the distance from King Kong City, it would take at least 2 days. Su Chen took advantage of this time to gather everyone together and discuss countermeasures. After all, the Green Turtle tribe was not zombies. There were many strong people among them, and they would not be stupid enough to wait for you to kill them. If you did not prepare in advance, there might be casualties. 2 days later, the intelligent war chariot was infinitely close to King Kong's city. It was less than 300 kilometers away. Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the central control screen. Suddenly, he saw 2 light spots, one blue and one black, moving at high speed. The black spots that appeared nearby were most likely the Green Turtle tribe. In other words, the Green Turtle tribe was chasing after humans. Satoshi, lock onto them and chase after them, Su Chen ordered. He planned to capture the Green Turtle tribe members and understand the situation of the Green Turtle tribe. Yes. The intelligent war chariot turned around and sped toward the 2 light spots. After about an hour, the intelligent war chariot stopped. Not far away, 2 MCVs were speeding towards them. The car in front was obviously driven by a human, and the car behind it was from the Green Tortoise tribe. Su Chen glanced at the 2 minibuses and frowned. He felt that the MCV in front of him was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After thinking hard for a while, he remembered. The owner of the MCV seemed to be Han Feng, whom he had met once. That day, on the way to the desolate Lake Mountain Range, he chatted with Han Feng for a while and even gave him a few fruits. He also learned that Han Feng was heading to King Kong's city. Therefore, he was sure that the people in the MCV in front of him must be Han Feng and his wife, Chen Meihua. Su Chen had a good impression of Han Feng, so he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch them get hunted down by the Green Turtle tribe. Satoshi, meet them, Su Chen ordered. Got it. With a loud bang, the intelligent war chariot rushed straight towards the 2 minibuses. Knowing that they had encountered the Green Turtle tribe's MCV, Yang Hao and the other 2 were eager to try again. Just as the 2 sides were about to get close, the MCV in front of them suddenly changed direction and sped toward the other side. At first, Su Chen was a little confused. He was clearly there to help Han Feng, so why did he run away? But soon, he realized that Han Feng was probably afraid of causing trouble for him, so he wanted to lead the Green Turtle tribe away. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were not many people with such a character. If it were someone else, in such a dangerous situation, who would care about your life and death? They would want to drag you down with them. Chapter 302. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen ordered the intelligent chariot to rush forward and stop the Green Tortoise tribe's MCV. Turakila. Turakila, with a roar, more than a dozen human-shaped turtles walked down from the MCV. They didn't look like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the cartoons he had seen in his previous life. They were all green and carried a turtle shell on their back. Old Turtle, is that you? Su Chen walked down from the MCV and spoke in their language. He felt that the voice of the Green Tortoise tribe member was familiar, and he wondered if it was the one who had bickered with him last time. Su Chen's shout stunned the dozen or so Green Tortoise clansmen. They didn't understand why a human could speak their language. But soon, a particularly tall Green Tortoise tribe member walked out. He first looked at Su Chen and then said, "Boy, are you the guy who talked to me in the Huangza mountain range?" Su Chen curled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Old Turtle, it's me. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me?" He was sure that the tall Green Tortoise tribe member in front of him was the one he had teased. Huh, the tall Green Tortoise tribe member laughed wildly and looked at Su Chen with contempt. He said with a sinister smile, "Boy, there's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Let's see how you're going to escape this time." Ever since he was teased by Su Chen last time, he swore that he would tear Su Chen into pieces. These days, he had been looking for Su Chen's whereabouts, but to no avail. He didn't expect that Su Chen would take the initiative to come to him. "Are all you aliens the same? Why do you all like to show off so much?" Su Chen shook his head and said with disdain. In total, he had encountered quite a few outsiders. Almost every one of them threatened to teach him a lesson, but what happened in the end? Without exception, they all died in his hands. Therefore, the saying acting tough will be struck by lightning was not without reason. Hearing this, the tall green turtle's face darkened. He said fiercely, "Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. You'll know how powerful I am later." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward to capture Su Chen. But at this time, the MCV that had left before rushed back. Creak, after a sudden breaking sound, the MCV stopped beside Su Chen, and then Han Feng and Chen Meihua got out of the car. "Su Chen, leave these strange races to us. Hurry up and leave." Arriving beside Su Chen, Han Feng said anxiously. Although he didn't intentionally lure the strange races over, he still implicated Su Chen. He felt very apologetic in his heart, so he wanted to stop the strange races himself and give Su Chen a chance to escape. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Brother Han, I came here specifically to catch these turtles." Han Feng could have taken the opportunity to leave, but he still took the risk and rushed back. This was not something that anyone could do. Involuntarily, his good impression of Han Feng improved a little. Catch turtles? Han Feng swallowed his saliva and almost choked to death by Su Chen's words. The turtles that Su Chen was talking about must be these strange races in front of him. But how could Su Chen be so arrogant? These strange races were all evolvers. Although he didn't know how strong Su Chen was too young. How strong could he be? "Su Chen, listen to my advice. Hurry up and leave. These strange races are too strong. Even King Kong's city was captured by them." Han Feng was burning with anxiety and kept winking at Su Chen. Chapter 303. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? The tall green tortoise sneered and waved his hand. The other green tortoises around him rushed toward Su Chen and the others. Wu Yang and the others were getting impatient, but they did not rush into action. They were waiting for Su Chen's decision. "Let's move around a bit," Su Chen said with a smile. Although the green tortoises were all evolvers, the strongest among them was only a level 2 evolver. Wu Yang alone could take care of them, let alone a group of them. Kill. With Su Chen's permission, Daoist was the first to rush forward. "Human, you're courting death." On the other side, a one-eyed green tortoise roared and began to fight with Daoist with a spiked club in hand. Yang Hao and the others were also scrambling to find an opponent. Han Feng also wanted to help, but Su Chen pulled him to the ground. Su Chen. Han Feng was confused. He was a level 1 evolver, so why would Su Chen stop him from helping? Just watch the show. Su Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. While Han Feng was still confused, he was suddenly attracted by a scream. When he saw Daoist smash a green tortoise tribesman into meat paste with a single strike, the expression on his face was extremely interesting. What was going on? The powerful mutated race was no match for him? Was there something wrong with his eyes? Han Feng rubbed his eyes hard. When he opened them again, he saw a level 2 green tortoise tribesman being cleaved in half by a middle-aged man with a rough face. Seeing this, Han Feng's mind buzzed, and the scene in front of him once again provoked him. The 3 women held 3 strange weapons in their hands. After 3 loud explosions, the 3 level 1 green tortoise tribesmen died on the spot. Since when was it so easy to kill a level 1 evolver? Han Feng swallowed his saliva and turned to look elsewhere. In his line of sight, a puppet made entirely out of metal grabbed a level 2 green tortoise tribesman and crushed his head with one hand. It was as if he was crushing an ant instead of an evolver. At this moment, he clearly understood that the people around Su Chen were all evolvers, and they were all at least level 2. Especially that metal puppet, it was at least a level 3 puppet. Thinking of this, Han Feng's heart was in turmoil. 8 evolvers of level 2 and above. A puppet that was at least level 3. In addition, there were 3 level 2 mutated wolves. Such a lineup was enough to crush a medium-sized base. Moreover, Su Chen had yet to make a move. It seemed that he was the true leader of this powerful team. To be able to become a leader, one's strength must be a cut above the rest. Could it be a level 4 evolver? Hiss. Han Kun sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't dare to imagine further. A level 4 evolver less than 20 years old was too frightening. No wonder he said he wanted to catch turtles. It seems that he wasn't bluffing or showing off. It turns out that he really has the ability to do so. Han Feng stared at Su Chen in a daze, his heart filled with endless emotions. The tall green tortoise tribesman opposite him was dumbfounded. His subordinates had been slaughtered in the blink of an eye. It felt very surreal. Previously, the green tortoise tribe had slaughtered everyone in King Kong City. The humans had been slaughtered until they covered their heads and fled like rats, unable to fight back. Therefore, he believed that humans were weak. But the scene in front of him gave him a crisp slap in the face. Chapter 304. The tall green tortoise knew that he could not fight against this group of powerhouses by himself. If he wanted to live, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he turned around and went back into the MCV. The moment he turned around, he thought to himself, when I come back with my army, none of you will be able to escape. I will let you live for a while. Unfortunately, Su Chen would not give him the chance to escape. The tall green tortoise took 2 steps forward and was shocked to find that his body was firmly bound by an invisible force. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move at all. Level 4 psychic power. The tall green tortoise was shocked. He was a level 3 evolver. Only a level 4 spirit reader master or above could make him stay still. A level 4 psychic master was already comparable to their patriarch. Thinking that he had provoked such a powerful psychic master, he felt a chill in his heart. Old tortoise, I said last time that as long as the green tortoise tribe dares to appear in front of me, I will kill all of you. Now you know that I was not lying, right? Su Chen smiled as he walked in front of the tall green tortoise. You are a level 4 psychic master? The tall green tortoise stared at Su Chen with his eyes wide open, and the corners of his mouth trembled. You don't need to worry about that, Su Chen curled his lips and said in a deep voice, how many green tortoise tribe members have come out this time? Answer me truthfully, and you can avoid physical pain. You want to threaten me? The tall green tortoise clenched his teeth and said coldly, Human, I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, the green tortoise tribe's army will, Before the tall green tortoise finished speaking, he suddenly screamed. It turned out that Su Chen had cut off one of his arms. The tall green tortoise obviously did not understand the current situation. His life was in danger, and he still dared to threaten? Su Chen would not let him go. Human, how dare you hurt me? You are finished. You are dead. The tall green tortoise endured the pain and cursed Su Chen. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to eat Su Chen alive. It's been a long time since I've met an outsider with such a strong backbone like you. Su Chen rubbed his nose and swung his sword again, cutting off the other arm of the tall green tortoise tribesman. Ah! A shrill scream pierced through the sky and reverberated through the vast plains. Not far away, Han Kun could not help but shiver. In his eyes, Su Chen was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He could not be associated with a ruthless person at all. Who would have thought that Su Chen would be so ruthless and unscrupulous when he made a move? It made his hair stand on end. Su Chen cut off 2 of the tall green tortoise's arms as if he had done something insignificant. Staring at the other party, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old turtle, your persistence has won my respect. So, I've decided to use other methods to torture you until you speak." Hearing this, the tall green tortoise collapsed. He no longer persisted. "We have a total of 10,000 tribesmen. Don't torture me anymore. Just give me a quick death." "Only 10,000? Su Chen frowned. This was not enough to satisfy him. At most, he would only be able to get 1,000 fragments. Why so little? Is the green tortoise tribe so weak? Su Chen asked in a low voice. The green tortoise tribe has millions of people. However, because the interrealm passageway has not been completely stabilized, only 10,000 have come out. The tall green tortoise sighed and replied honestly. Chapter 305. Millions of tribesmen seemed like a lot, but for a race, it was too little. Moreover, the strongest person in the race was only at level 4. From this, it could be seen that the green turtle race was definitely the weakest race among the 10,000 races. They were even weaker than the human race. Su Chen couldn't help but look down on the green turtle race. "Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Give me a quick death." Seeing that Su Chen wasn't saying anything, the tall green turtle race tribesman took the initiative to ask for death. Su Chen sneered. "Are you in such a hurry to die? Isn't it good to live?" The tall green turtle race tribesman gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, "Who the hell wants to die? Who am I to decide whether to die or not?" The main reason he wanted to die was that he was afraid of being tortured by Su Chen again. "Hurry up and do it," the tall green turtle race tribesman urged. "There's no hurry. There's one more thing. Once I confirm it, I'll send you on your way." Su Chen chuckled and continued asking, "Has your chief come out?" "No," the tall green turtle race tribesman said bluntly. As the chief of a race, a single move would affect the entire situation. Although the human race was weak in their eyes, they wouldn't let their chief take the risk without knowing the specific situation. Su Chen was slightly disappointed. If the chief of the green turtle race was here, he could have killed him. If that happened, the green turtle race would be in chaos. Su Chen had asked all the questions he needed to ask. He was very trustworthy. He punched the head of the tall green turtle race tribesman. The moment the tall green turtle race tribesman fell, a black beam of light flashed. Su Chen grabbed it. Picked up, Xianyuan Divine Sword, Fragment X1, 250. Fragment not enough, cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Exchanged for energy points. The Xianyuan Divine Sword had dropped when he killed the blood plant. After that, it hadn't appeared. Without enough fragments, Su Chen didn't know what the Xianyuan Divine Sword was used for. However, the fact that he needed 50 fragments was enough to prove that it was at least a divine weapon. Su Chen was determined to get the Xianyuan Divine Sword. The reason why he exchanged this fragment for energy points was because he wanted to use energy points to exchange for it. After a while, he walked towards the other fragments. The green tortoise tribesman that Wu Yang and the others had killed had also dropped 3 fragments. There was no reason not to pick them up. Su Chen reached out and grabbed a yellow fragment. Picked up, Eternal Youth Fruit, Fragment X1, 210. Fragment not full, cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. The Fruit of Eternal Youth didn't require a lot of them, and the difficulty of collecting them was much lower. Moreover, it was something that Su Chen was determined to obtain, so he naturally wasn't willing to exchange for it. Next, he grabbed a purple fragment. Picked up, Northern Ice Fragment, *1. 5/10, fragment is not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. No. Northern Frost Ice was a materialization of the ice element, and it could increase the power of the ice element. Of course, he had to keep it. The last fragment was black. Su Chen didn't hesitate and grabbed it. Picked up, Earth Vein Fire Meteorite, Fragment X1, 10/10, fragment is full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Su Chen was very excited. After saying that, he opened the storage bag and checked. When he saw that there was a red stone of the same size beside the Big Dipper Star Fragment stone, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Chapter 306. Through the feedback, Su Chen learned that the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite weighed 5,000 kilograms, the same as the Big Dipper Star Fragment stone. The difference was that the Big Dipper Star Fragment stone had the power of the stars and could produce a binding force. The Earth Vein Fire Meteorite possessed the scorching effect of the earth fire, which was similar to the effect of fire magic spells. After picking up the shards, Su Chen walked up to Han Feng and asked with a smile, "Brother Han, what do you plan to do next?" Han Feng came back to his senses and shook his head blankly. Originally, he had wanted to settle down in Vajra City. However, Vajra City had been conquered by the Green Turtle tribe, and he had escaped from there. As for where he would go in the future, he had no plan at all. It was not that he did not want to, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find a stable place to live in the apocalypse. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "You should go to Fengxi settlement. Their leader is my friend." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up. He had heard of a wind-type settlement before. Although it was only a small settlement, the atmosphere there was very good. Their leader was a very responsible and capable person. It could be said that it was a very good place for Han Feng to settle down. Moreover, with Su Chen's relationship, he would not be stopped from joining Fengxi settlement. He would even be put in an important position. "Su Chen, thank you so much." Han Feng thanked sincerely. Speaking of which, he had only met Su Chen twice. The first time, Su Chen had given him food. This time, Su Chen had saved him. Han Feng did not know what to say to express his gratitude to Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand and said casually, "All right, you guys hurry up. I still have to go to Vajra City." There were still 10,000 Green Turtle tribe members waiting to be killed in Vajra City. He could not wait. "Su Chen, you're not going to kill the mutated people, are you?" Han Feng's expression changed as he tried to sound him out. Su Chen and the others were very strong, but there were thousands of mutated people in Vajra City. The mutated people were much stronger than the zombies. Wouldn't it be suicide to go there rashly? Su Chen smiled and did not explain. He only said, "When you reach Fengxi settlement, say that you're my friend. They will treat you well." After saying this, Su Chen led everyone back to the intelligent chariot. He said goodbye to Han Feng and left. Seeing the intelligent war chariot disappear from his sight, Han Feng fell silent. At this time, Su came forward and whispered, "What should we do?" Han Feng gritted his teeth. "Let's go to King Kong's city as well." In his opinion, Su Chen's trip to Vajra City was most likely not Fengxi. Although his strength was low, he was still a level 1 evolver, so he could at least contribute some strength. Of course, he also knew that he might lose his life in this trip. But no matter what, his life was saved by Su Chen. It was reasonable for him to go and help. More than an hour later, the intelligent chariot slowly approached Vajra City. At this time, Vajra City's former grandeur was gone. The entire city was shrouded in a layer of blood-red fog. It was heavy and oppressive. Mournful screams and crazy shouts could be heard faintly. There was no doubt that Vajra City was facing a disaster. Su Chen stood in front of the chariot and looked around. He saw that there were not only a large number of Green Turtle tribe members around Vajra City, but also thousands of zombies. He knew that the Green Turtle tribe had the ability to control zombies. It was obvious that the Green Turtle tribe had gathered some zombies around and attacked Vajra City together. Prepare for battle. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Su Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 307. The intelligent chariot sped up and headed toward the city gate. Most of the green tortoise people and zombies were gathered at the city gate. It was the best place to hunt. The arrival of the intelligent chariot quickly attracted the attention of the other party. Suddenly, a large number of green tortoise people and zombies rushed over. Satoshi, stop, Su Chen ordered. When the intelligent chariot stopped, he was the first to rush out. The others followed closely behind Su Chen and got out of the chariot one after another. According to the previous plan, they did not fight alone this time. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian teamed up. Both of them were level 3 evolvers, so they would not have a problem even if they were to fight against the green tortoise people. The remaining people formed a large team. Tan Lin and the other 2 girls used the pulse pistol to shoot from afar. Yang Hao and the 3 mutated wolves were in charge of defense. Su Chen and the mechanical soldiers were too strong, so they killed the enemies alone. Soon, the 2 sides clashed fiercely. As Su Chen and the others attacked, the green tortoise people and zombies who rushed forward first fell in droves. Then, the intelligent chariot also activated its killing mode. Tut tut tut. Da-da-da, bang. Boom. Ungraded Gatling gun, level 2 pulse cannon, and magnetic storm net were all unleashed, harvesting lives like harvesting wheat. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies and green tortoise people were killed. At the city gate, there was a sea of blood. It was like purgatory. Su Chen was in the mood to kill. He rushed to the city gate alone with his sword. Anyone who tried to stop him was cut in half. Whether it was zombies or green tortoise people, no one was a match for him. They all became ghosts under his sword. Gradually, Su Chen killed thousands of zombies and green tortoise tribesmen on his own. His hunting speed was not much slower than the intelligent war chariot. The green tortoise people joined forces with dozens of elites to kill Su Chen, but they were all killed by Su Chen with a single slash. Seeing this, all of the green tortoise tribe members were terrified. Although they had a large number of people and tens of thousands of zombies to assist them, they did not have the slightest bit of courage to fight against Su Chen, who was a killing god. Su Chen's strength had completely exceeded their understanding. It also made them realize that numbers were just a concept in front of a true powerhouse. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash. After realizing this, the few remaining powerhouses of the green tortoise tribe started to make plans. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be slaughtered. They had to leave as soon as possible. After some discussion, they decided to let the zombies block Su Chen and the others while they led their clansmen to escape. All of a sudden, the zombies, whether they were outside the city or inside the city, gathered together and charged toward Su. For a moment, Su Chen was drowned by the zombie tide. However, the ancient god-fiend body was immune to all attacks of the same level. Furthermore, the highest level among the zombies was only level 2. Wanting to hurt Su Chen was no different from wishful thinking. Moreover, the zombies were all gathered together, which made it easier to kill them. Su Chen kept casting spells. Every spell would kill hundreds of zombies. However, although his killing speed was fast, there were still more than 10,000 zombies. It was impossible to kill all of them in a short time. The green tortoise tribe members took advantage of the time when Su Chen was trapped to escape in one direction. Naturally, Su Chen would not let them escape. He raised his voice and shouted to Wu Yang, "Captain Wu, stop the zombies. I'll go after the turtles." Wu Yang did not say anything and rushed forward with his men. Su Chen used the Pegasus meteor punch to kill all the zombies in front of him. Then, he activated the rapid combat boots and chased after the green tortoise tribe members. Chapter 308. Behind them, a very strange scene appeared on the vast plain. Thousands of green tortoise tribesmen were killed by Su Chen alone. Their corpses were strewn all over the place. It was a tragic sight. At the same time, Han Feng arrived in his MCV. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was completely petrified. At this moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe Su Chen's strength. Su Chen is too strong. Do we still have to go there? After a long time, Su Meihua walked to Han Feng's side and said with a trembling voice. Han Feng came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Let's go to the Fengshi colony. Seeing Su Chen killing everyone, he couldn't help much if he stayed here. He turned the MCV around and drove toward the Fengshi colony. On the other side, Su Chen was still hunting the green turtles. The green turtles saw that the situation was not good and scattered to escape. This also caused Su Chen to be unable to kill them all. In the end, hundreds of them escaped. Considering that there were still a lot of fragments to pick up, he didn't chase after them. He also didn't plan to help Wu Yang. There were only a few thousand zombies left. With the intelligent chariot, it wouldn't take long to kill them all. Su Chen stood in place and glanced around. Soon, thousands of colorful light beams appeared in his sight. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He sighed and said, "It's still better to kill the aliens." There were only 7,000 or 8,000 green turtles killed, but more than 1,000 fragments dropped. The probability of fragments dropping was still very high. If it were the same number of zombies, at most 700 or 800 fragments would drop. There was a big gap between the two. After a while, Su Chen sighed and started to pick up fragments. An hour later, he finished picking up more than 1,000 fragments and returned to the gate of King Kong's city. Wu Yang and the others had killed all the zombies and were now digging for energy stones. Su Chen greeted everyone and squinted his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. There were about 1,000 fragments here, and he was looking for purple gold fragments. Almost all the fragments he had picked up earlier had been exchanged for energy points. The total number of energy points had exceeded 9,000. If he could get his hands on a purple gold fragment, his energy points would break through the 10,000 mark. Then, he would be able to exchange for the through heaven hundredfold great strength technique that he had coveted for a long time. Soon, Su Chen discovered that there was a purple gold fragment near the city gate. A surge of excitement suddenly surged in his heart. Then, he excitedly ran forward and grabbed the purple gold fragment. Picked up, 2,000 energy points, fragment *111, the fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. After saying that, Su Chen hurriedly started to check the Doomsday Shopping Center. When he saw that the energy points had reached 11,026 points, he laughed wantonly. Wu Yang and the others were already accustomed to this, and they withdrew their gazes and continued to dig for energy stones. Su Chen was not in a hurry to exchange for the through heaven hundredfold great strength technique. He calmed himself down and continued to pick up fragments. With this purple gold fragment as a foundation, he did not care about the remaining fragments, regardless of their quality. Picked up, level 3 Constitution Potion, fragment *111, the fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Picked up, Potato Seed, fragment *111, the fragments are full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Exchange for energy points. Chapter 309. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. In fact, he had opened the Doomsday Mall to check. The fragments that he had just picked up had basically been exchanged for energy points. Now, he had a total of 12,000 energy points. He could already exchange for one of the Heavenly 100x Strength Technique, Illusionary Blaze Feather Divine Dragon, Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword, and 10,000 lights fighting technique. As for the Blade of Divine Sense, War God Armor, and Xianyuan Divine Sword, he could exchange for 2 of them. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and spent 10,000 energy points to exchange for the Heavenly 100x Strength technique. After the exchange, the feedback was quickly transmitted to his mind. The Heavenly 100x Strength technique was the same as the Ancient God-Demon Body. The difference was that the Ancient God-Demon Body tempered the physical body, while the Heavenly 100x Strength technique increased one's strength. The extent of the increase was 100 times of one's strength. For example, if Su Chen could carry 50 kilograms of weight, after using the Heavenly 100x Strength technique, he could carry 10,000 kilograms of weight. Of course, with Su Chen's strength as a level 4 evolver, he could carry at least 500 kilograms of weight. Correspondingly, after using the Heavenly 100x Strength technique, his strength would reach a terrifying 100,000 kilograms. Now, he could casually use the Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone and Earth Vein Fire Meteorite to smash people. Without a doubt, after obtaining the Heavenly 100x Strength technique, Su Chen's strength had greatly increased. He had once again taken a big step forward on the path of invincibility. Awesome! Su Chen clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. After a long time, he calmed down and looked at the central control screen. He began to search for the whereabouts of zombies and mutant beasts. Unfortunately, there was not a single red dot on the central control screen. The Intelligent War Chariot's detection range was 200 kilometers, which meant that there were no zombies or mutant beasts within 200 kilometers. Without zombies to kill, he would not be able to obtain fragments. Su Chen would definitely not be satisfied. After pondering for a while, he turned his attention to the Green Turtle clan. The Green Tortoise tribesmen who had escaped earlier must have fled back to the mines in the Huangzi mountain range. Furthermore, there was a passageway leading to the Green Turtle tribe in the mine. That interrealm passageway was of utmost importance to the Green Turtle race. In that case, if he wanted to destroy this realm passage, would the Green Turtle tribe come out to stop him? The Green Turtle tribe had millions of people. How could they just watch as the realm passage was destroyed? At that time, he would be able to hunt down another group of Green Turtle tribe members. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up. Then, he ordered the Intelligent War Chariot, Satoshi, go to the mine in the Huangzi Mountains. Got it. The Intelligent War Chariot was ignited, and its target was the Huangzi mountain range. Vajra City was more than 1,000 miles away from the Huangzi mountain range. Even with the speed of the Intelligent War Chariot, it would still take nearly 10 hours. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, the Green Turtle tribe couldn't run away. With this period of time as a buffer, everyone could take a break. After that, Su Chen took out the omnipotent pressure cooker and the omnipotent oven, and started to prepare food. It didn't matter whether it was time to eat or not. After such a big battle, he had to replenish his food. Chapter 310. An hour later, when the Intelligent War Chariot was about to reach the mine, Su Chen found on the central control screen that the location of the mine pit was surrounded by a large number of red and black dots. He thought that the Green Tortoise tribe was working with the zombies again. However, when he approached the mine, he found that it was not the case. There were thousands of Green Tortoise tribe members gathered at the edge of the mine, but there were no zombies. Instead, there were thousands of mutant beasts. How did the Green Tortoise tribe get together with the mutant beasts? Everyone was puzzled. Su Chen suddenly remembered that a few days ago, when the tide of beasts and zombies broke out here, the zombies and mutant beasts were working together. Now, he could not help but think that the Green Tortoise tribe was controlling the zombies and mutant beasts. Su Chen, what should we do? Wu Yang asked. The green tortoise tribe and the mutant beasts seemed to be prepared, and he could not help but be vigilant. Although Su Chen found it strange, he was not afraid at all. He said to the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, drive over there and take a look." Yes. The intelligent war chariot drove straight ahead. When it was about 10 meters away from the green tortoise tribe, it stopped this time. Just in case, Su Chen asked the others to stay in the chariot while he got out with the mechanical soldiers. "It's just as I expected. Human, you've finally come to die." As soon as Su Chen got out of the chariot, a dark green tortoise tribe member walked out from the green tortoise tribe opposite him and shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed his nose and looked at the other party. He said calmly, "You are the chief of the green tortoise tribe, right?" Since he could call himself king, he must have a high status in the green tortoise tribe. Therefore, he suspected that he was the chief of the green tortoise tribe. "Boy, I am the chief of the green tortoise tribe." The dark green tortoise tribe member replied proudly. Then, he smiled darkly and said, "Boy, let's see how you can escape from me this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled with his eyes. The green tortoise tribesmen around him rushed forward and surrounded Su Chen and the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen was a little confused by the green turtle tribe's arrogance and fearlessness. Logically speaking, they should be aware of the methods he had used to kill the green turtle race and the zombies. Then why did the other party still dare to do this? Did they think that with a level 4 evolutionary as their clan leader, they could easily bully him? Although he was doubtful, Su did not take it to heart. He sneered and said, "You want to kill me with just a bunch of shrimps?" The green turtle patriarch snorted and said coldly, "I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. However, you are too arrogant. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. There are many people in this world who can kill you." He. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and eerie laugh came from behind him. Then, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a body like a dead tree slowly walked forward. Su Chen's eyebrows twitched when he felt a layer of death aura around him. He asked, "Are you from the undead tribe?" When he was in Etion City, he had killed 3 undead tribe members. The middle-aged man in front of him was very similar to the 3 undead tribe members in terms of appearance and aura. "Boy, how do you know about the undead tribe?" The middle-aged man's brows furrowed deeply, and his pair of gloomy and cold eyes kept darting around. Su Chen curled his lips and laughed. "Not only have I seen them, but I have also killed 3. However, they were too weak. They were only level 3. You should be stronger than them, right?" Chapter 311. Hearing this, the undead tribe member's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Human, you've completely infuriated me. I'll make you beg for death later." As one of the 5 great races, they had always been the ones who killed people from other races wantonly. When had they ever been killed by others? Moreover, the one who killed their people was a weak human. This was even more unbearable for him. At this moment, he secretly swore that he would skin this human in front of him to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Do you only know how to talk? I'll stand here and wait for you. Come and kill me if you can." Su Chen hooked his finger and sneered contemptuously. "Don't worry, I'll definitely kill you, but I'm not in a hurry." The undead tribe member snorted and turned to look at the green turtle tribe leader. The latter nodded slightly and then began to mutter. Not long after, a huge pressure rushed out from the mine pit. Then, with a tremor, a green turtle the size of a small mountain crawled out from the mine pit. Dong dong. After a few tremors, the big turtle crawled to the side of the green turtle tribe leader. "Huh. My tribe's sacred beast is here. Human, this time I'll definitely suppress you completely." The green turtle tribe leader laughed wildly. That arrogant look made it seem as if the appearance of this sacred beast turtle had foretold Su Chen's death. A mere level 5 mutated beast is your trump card? Su Chen sneered. It was not like he had never seen a level 5 mutated beast before. In the pet breeding space, there was a heavenly overlord turtle that he had subdued. If he were to release him at this time, he wondered what the other party would think. Arrogant. The green turtle tribe leader scolded and turned to the sacred beast turtle. He said respectfully, "Lord Sacred Beast, please kill this arrogant human." The sacred beast turtle stared coldly at Su Chen. It did not hide the murderous intent in its eyes. Su Chen's previous words had completely infuriated it. As a sacred beast, its dignity could not be blasphemed. Woo-woo, suddenly, the turtle let out a muffled roar. The roar didn't sound like anything special, but when the mutant beasts heard it, they rushed toward Su Chen as if they had received an order. So, these mutant beasts are under the control of this big turtle. Su Chen suddenly realized something, and swept out his blade. In an instant, a gray wave of air appeared in front of the blade and rushed into the group of mutated beasts. Poochie, poochie, sounds of flesh being penetrated could be heard continuously. The hundreds of mutated beasts at the front were all cut in half and died on the spot. Seeing this, the expressions of the undead race and the green turtle race's patriarch became unsightly. They had long known that Su Chen was very powerful. However, he definitely did not expect that he would be so powerful. He could kill hundreds of mutated beasts with a single slash. His strength was almost on par with a level 5 cultivator. Moreover, they also judged that Su Chen was most likely a level 4 evolver and a level 4 spellcaster. They had seen many level 4 cultivators with a single profession, but they had never heard of a level 4 cultivator with 2 professions. "I'm afraid we are no match for this guy," the undead race muttered with a serious expression. Su Chen's previous slash had made him feel a sense of trepidation. He also knew that there was no way he could block this slash with his own skills. In the field, the only one who could suppress Su Chen was the level 5 sacred beast turtle. The green turtle race's patriarch understood what he meant. He turned to the sacred beast turtle and pleaded, "Lord Sacred Beast, please do it yourself." Chapter 312. Roar. The sacred beast tortoise raised its head and roared, releasing a terrifying pressure once again. Some of the green tortoise tribesmen who were close to the tortoise were swayed from side to side, and the mutated beasts were inexplicably frightened and trembling. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the sacred beast tortoise. He thought to himself, "Should I kill this big tortoise and barbecue it? Or make soup?" After all, he had not eaten the meat of a level 5 mutated beast before, so he was still looking forward to it. Dong dong, at this moment, the sacred beast tortoise rushed toward Su Chen. Although its body was huge, its speed was extremely fast. It appeared in front of Su Chen in the blink of an eye and raised a big claw to slap Su Chen's head. Su Chen stood still on the spot. Just as the sacred beast tortoise's claw was about to slap him, a bright golden light flashed on his arm. Immediately, he grabbed upwards. Overestimating himself. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Seeing this, the green tortoise tribe leader and the undead tribesmen were wild with joy. Su Chen did not dodge. Choosing to fight the sacred beast tortoise head-on was tantamount to suicide. The level 5 sacred beast tortoise was extremely powerful. How could a human cultivator resist it? Moreover, Su Chen was only a level 4 evolver, which was one level lower than the sacred beast tortoise. It was even more impossible for him to be a match for the sacred beast tortoise. At this moment, the green tortoise tribe leader and the undead tribesmen regarded Su Chen as a dead man. However, the next moment, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. They saw that not only was Su Chen not killed by the claw, but after blocking the attack, he raised the sacred beast tortoise above his head with one hand. What was going on? The sacred beast tortoise weighed tens of thousands of pounds. How could it be lifted into the air with one hand? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or were they dreaming? This strange situation was not only incomprehensible to the Green Tortoise tribe leader and the undead tribesmen, but even Wu Yang and the others in the car were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. How strong was Su Chen to be able to lift a mutant beast that weighed tens of thousands of pounds with one hand? Su Chen was a human, not a god of strength. How did he do it? Boom! With a violent crash, Su Chen threw the sacred beast tortoise to the ground, directly smashing a deep hole in the ground. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the surroundings suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone's jaws dropped. Their expressions were blank as if they had been petrified. Su Chen's action of throwing the sacred beast tortoise to the ground gave them an unprecedented psychological impact. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Su Chen wasn't human. He was a god with infinite strength. Chenggu is too strong. Yang Hao swallowed his saliva and murmured. Shi Dainiu and Chao Ran also agreed, strong to the point of reaching the heavens, awesome to the extreme. Although Wu Yang did not speak, his heart was in turmoil. Su Chen was improving every time he fought, and this time, he was even more shocked. What was invincible? Only a strong person like Su Chen was worthy of the word invincible. On the other side, the sacred beast tortoise lay sprawled in the deep crater, its huge head hanging down. At this moment, it was dizzy from the fall. It had mixed feelings in its heart. There was confusion, shame, and deep fear. It could not understand why a level 5 mutant beast like itself could not even resist in front of a human and was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. The undead tribesman came to his senses and looked at the Green Tortoise tribe leader. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and turned to flee toward the mine at the same time. You want to leave now? Can you make it in time? The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He instantly activated the rapid boots and chased after him like a whirlwind. Chapter 313. After activating the rapid combat boots, Su Chen's speed had completely surpassed that of a level 5 evolved being. In just a few breaths, he had already caught up with the patriarch of the Green Turtle tribe. Fight it out with him. Seeing that they could not escape, the undead tribe member turned around and threw a punch at Su Chen. This punch was not simple as it was surrounded by a thick death aura. It was the undead tribe's natal corpse poison. However, Su Chen had the ancient god-fiend body and was immune to all poisons and evil. This little bit of corpse poison could not do anything to him at all. At this moment, the Green Turtle tribe member also turned around and slashed at Su Chen with his sword. Facing the attacks of two powerhouses of the same level, Su Chen did not dodge and allowed the sword and fist to hit his body. There were two loud bangs. The undead tribe member's fist and the Green Turtle tribe leader's sword hit Su Chen accurately, but they were strangely bounced off. The ancient god-fiend body was immune to all attacks of the same level. How would the two of them know this? The undead tribe member widened his eyes and stared at Su Chen as if he had seen a ghost. He really didn't understand why his powerful attack, coupled with the help of his life-origin corpse poison, couldn't even hurt Su Chen a little bit. The Green Turtle tribe leader next to him was even more frightened and trembled all over. Just as they were in a daze, Su Chen made his move. With a sweep of his sword, a violent torrent of thunder and lightning swept forward and drowned the Green Turtle tribe leader and the Green Turtle tribe leader in the blink of an eye. Under the raging thunder and lightning, the Green Turtle tribe leader and the Green Turtle tribe leader immediately turned into two pieces of ashes. The other members of the Green Tortoise tribe didn't dare to stay any longer when they saw that their tribe leader had been hacked into pieces. They all fled towards the mine for their lives. Satoshi, do it! Su Chen shouted loudly. The intelligent war chariot received the order and fired at full power, continuously slaughtering the green turtles and mutated beasts. Wu Yang and the others also got out of the chariot and chased after the green turtles. Su Chen did not join in the chase. There was still a level 5 sacred beast tortoise waiting to be dealt with. When Su Chen returned, the sacred beast tortoise had just emerged from the pit and collided with Su Chen. Hee, the corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and a Pegasus meteor punch smashed over. Bang, 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 the sacred beast tortoise was once again smashed into the pit with a thunderous sound that sounded like raindrops hitting a banana leaf. After suffering such a fierce and concentrated attack, its tortoise shell was smashed, and its aura was also extremely weak. It seemed that it would not be able to survive. Su Chen walked forward. Just as he was about to finish the job, he received a very strong signal. This signal came from the pet feeding space. To be more precise, it came from the Heavenly Overlord Turtle. Su Chen was a little confused. He didn't know what the Heavenly Overlord Turtle wanted to do, so he released it from the pet breeding space. As soon as the Heavenly Overlord Turtle appeared, it excitedly rushed into the pit. Su Chen was confused. He chased after it and saw that the Heavenly Overlord Turtle had bitten off the sacred beast tortoise's head. Crunch, crunch, after that, it started to chew, looking like it was enjoying itself. F***ck. Su Chen was stunned. At first, he didn't know what the Heavenly Overlord Turtle wanted to do, but now he understood. This guy wanted to snatch food from him. Su Chen was a little unhappy. He jumped down and slapped the Heavenly Overlord Turtle's head. How many sea monsters and mutated beasts have I left for you? Is it not enough for you to eat? How dare you snatch food from me? Woo, the Heavenly Overlord Turtle hurriedly shook its head. It looked like it had something to say, but it couldn't say it. Chapter 314. Su Chen muttered in his heart, this guy doesn't seem to be just after food. Since he couldn't communicate with the Heavenly Overlord Turtle, he couldn't figure out the reason. Su Chen simply put the corpses of the Heavenly Overlord Turtle and the Holy Turtle into the pet breeding space. After all, they were his spiritual pets. He could just treat it as improving its diet. Later, he also joined in the hunt. In just a short 10 minutes, the green tortoise tribesmen were basically all killed. Only a few escaped. On the other hand, the mutated beasts were very agile. Most of them escaped into the Huangzi Mountains. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to chase after them. He started to pick up the fragments. This time, he didn't kill many green tortoise tribesmen and mutated beasts. He only obtained about 200 fragments. Su Chen grabbed a black fragment. A strange voice sounded in his mind. Picked up, Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone Fragment, X1, 110. The fragments are not full. Cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. After saying this, Su Chen started to ponder. From the name, Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone, it should be something like a god stone. So far, he had obtained 2. They were, Earth Vein Fire Meteorite, and Big Dipper Star Fragment Stone. After obtaining another god stone fragment, he started to think about it. If he used the fusion gem to fuse all the stones together, the weight would definitely increase by several times. If he fused a few more pieces and accumulated the weight to 50,000 kilograms, wouldn't he be able to smash anyone to death if he used it with the Heavenly Hundredfold Strength technique? How many people could withstand the weight of 50,000 kilograms? Thinking of this, Su Chen was a little excited. He decided to study it when he had time. After a while, he calmed down and continued to pick up the fragments. After picking up hundreds of fragments in a row, there was suddenly a violent explosion in the mine. Then, there was a tremor like the earth was shaking. Su Chen looked in the direction of the mine. In his line of sight, smoke and dust curled up. The mine began to slowly collapse and eventually turned into ruins. He could imagine that the collapse of the mine must have been caused by the explosion of the interdomain passage. The Green Turtle tribe must have been the one who destroyed the interrealm passageway. The reason was very simple. Their clan leader and holy beasts had been killed one after another, and their top-notch combat forces had been exhausted. They were worried that he would take advantage of the opportunity to kill his way in, so they decided to go all out and blow up the realm passageway. These fellows are slow to realize. Su Chen muttered and continued to pick up the fragments. Originally, he really did plan to enter the Green Turtle tribe's territory, but now he could only extinguish that thought. Half an hour later, the fragments were collected and the energy stones were dug out. Su Chen and the others returned to the intelligent war chariot. For the first time, Su Chen opened the pet-raising space to check. Inside the space, the Saint Beast tortoise had already been eaten, leaving only a broken tortoise shell. The Heavenly Overlord tortoise, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly on the ground after eating its fill. He can really eat a lot. Su Chen snorted and was about to close the pet-raising space. However, he was surprised to discover that the Heavenly Overlord turtle's aura was rising steadily. Advance? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. The Heavenly Overlord turtle was now a level 5 mutant beast. After it advanced, it would become a level 6 mutant beast. It was almost an existence that could do whatever it wanted on Jianghu Island. At this moment, Su Chen also understood. No wonder the Heavenly Overlord turtle cared so much about the Saint Beast tortoise. It turned out that it could advance by devouring its flesh and blood. Chapter 315. Su Chen was worried that he would disturb the Heavenly Overlord turtle and affect its advancement, so he closed the pet-raising space. Then, he looked at the screen again and began to look for the whereabouts of zombies and mutant beasts. At this time, Yang Ling Tian came up and asked, Su Chen, are we still going to kill the mutant beasts in the Huangzi Mountains? Previously, thousands of mutant beasts had escaped into the Huangzi Mountains, which was not a small number. Don't worry about them. Let's go to other bases, Su Chen replied. The environment in the Huangzi Mountains was complicated, and the mutant beasts were good at escaping. It was almost impossible to kill all of them. However, there were no signs of zombies on the screen, so he decided to go to other bases to try his luck. Satoshi, let's go to Tiannan. Su Chen ordered. Tiannan used to be Golden Fileshire's nest, so he guessed that there should be zombies there. Yes. The intelligent war chariot was activated and galloped toward the Tiannan gathering place. In the following days, Su Chen and the others kept hunting zombies. It took them nearly half a month to kill all the large zombie hordes in the Huangzi Mountains of Jianghu Island. During this period, they killed more than 40 to 50,000 zombies. Su Chen's harvest was quite rich. He obtained a large number of energy stones and accumulated more than 5,000 energy points. On this day, after everyone had eaten, they gathered together and began to discuss. Su Chen, where are we going next? Wu Yang was the first to speak. There were no more zombies to kill in the Huangzi Mountains, so they had to find another place. For now, they had 2 places to go. One was to go to Yulin, and the other was to enter the sea to hunt sea monsters. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, let's go to Yulin first. Yulin was not only the largest area in Jianghu Island, but it also had many forces, including many zombie legions and mutant beasts. In addition, he had conflicts with the Hidden Fog sect, Lion's Gate, and Tongtian City, so he wanted to meet them. Hearing that they were going to Yulin, everyone was excited. The Yulin region was prosperous and powerful, and there were more than 10 big cities with more than 100,000 people. As for the largest city, Tongtian City, it was a mega city with a population of over 1 million people. It was said that all kinds of things were sold there, which aroused their great interest. They had long wanted to go and see it. After deciding on the plan, Su Chen looked at the terrain map on the central control screen. Yulin was not a place that could be casually entered. The reason was that outside the Yulin area, there was a circular mountain range called the Chulin Mountain Range. It was also because of the existence of the winding forest mountain range that Thousand Feather Island was divided into 3 parts. The Chulin mountain range was high and steep. It was not impossible to climb over it, but it would take a lot of effort. If they wanted to enter the Yulin forest area without any effort, they could only go through a special passage. There were 2 passageways between Yulin District and Huanglin District, which were excavated by manpower. One of the closer ones was near Full Moon City. Su Chen found the specific location of the passage on the map. He reached out and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, go to this place. The intelligent war chariot locked on to the target and left. 5 days later, a towering mountain range appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. This mountain range went from west to east, and there was no end in sight. It was the Chulin mountain range. Moreover, the place where the intelligent war chariot was located was less than 100 miles away from the passage into Yulin district. Su Chen glanced at the central control screen and then retracted his gaze. Just as he was about to rest for a while, an alarm sounded on the central control screen. Warning, there is a MCV rushing towards us. It is estimated that we will encounter it in 2 minutes. Chapter 316. Satoshi, stop the car. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed as he ordered. The other party came straight to him, and it seemed that they were not friendly. However, no matter who the other party was, as long as they dared to provoke him, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Soon, a red MCV sped over. Yulin's MCV? Su Chen muttered. The red MCV was 15 meters long, and there was a golden eagle logo on the front, which should belong to a certain force. He had never seen a MCV like this before, so he suspected that it came from Yulin. When the red MCV stopped in front of the intelligent chariot, more than 20 men with weapons got off. They were all wearing black uniforms, and all of them looked fierce, like bandits. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a goatee. After he looked at the intelligent chariot, he shouted, "The people inside, get out. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he yell in front of us? Is he tired of living? Chenggu, let me go down and teach this bastard a lesson." "Chenggu, I'll go too." Seeing the other party being so arrogant, Yang Hao and the other 2 were a little angry, and they all asked Su Chen to fight. Su Chen smiled faintly, "Let's go down and see." He had seen a lot of arrogant people like this before, and they all ended up dying in his hands. He was not in a hurry to teach them a lesson, and it was better to find out the other party's background first. Opening the door, Su Chen slowly got out of the car. Yang Hao and the other 2 followed closely behind, and the others were left in the car by Su Chen. When he saw the 4 young people get out of the car, the man with the goatee was a little disdainful. "Everyone, what do you mean by stopping us? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you may be in trouble." Su Chen glanced at the other party and said faintly. Hearing this, the 20 people on the opposite side were stunned at first, and then they laughed wildly. "Boy, you are very arrogant. You dare to threaten us? Do you know who we are?" The goateed man stopped laughing, and his expression became somewhat unfriendly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and whispered, "I'd like to hear the details." The man with the goatee snorted and said proudly, "We are from the Golden Hawk Gang. Now do you know where we come from?" The Golden Hawk Triad was considered a third-rate power in Yulin. The strongest person in the Triad was their leader, Jin Shuyang, who was a level 3 evolver. Su Chen learned about this from the old man from the Hidden Fog sect. "It's just a small gang." Su Chen curled his lips in disdain and continued, tell me why you're here. My time is precious and I don't want to waste it on ants like you. F***CK. You're F***King Cocky. Behind the man with the goatee, a young man pointed at Su Chen's nose and cursed. Everyone else also had an unfriendly look on their faces, as if they wanted to skin Su Chen alive. Although the Golden Hawk gang was not in the top tier in Yulin, it was enough to be considered a tyrant in Huanglin. Su Chen, who came from Huanglin, dared to look down on the Golden Hawk gang and treat them like ants. He was simply courting death. Now, they were only waiting for the man with the goatee to give the order, and then they would rush up and tear Su Chen apart. However, before they could act, the young man who had cursed Su Chen just now had his head inexplicably exploded. He did not even know how he died. What was going on? How did he die? Who did it? Facing such a strange situation, the man with the goatee and the others were terrified. They opened their eyes wide and kept looking around. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, "Don't look, I killed him." Chapter 317. You killed him? The man with the goatee was shocked and looked at Su Chen in a daze. Just now, he had been watching Su Chen and did not see Su Chen make any movements. Then how did Su Chen kill his men? Was he pretending? Or was he deliberately mystifying? Or did he really have a way to kill people without being noticed? The man with the goatee could not make up his mind and was stunned on the spot. You think you can kill him? Shameless boasting. Let me see what you're made of. A rough man behind the man with the goatee scoffed at Su Chen's words and rushed toward Su Chen with a knife. Although he was a little frightened by his companion's death, he did not believe that it was Su Chen who did it. Go to hell. The rough man roared. He thought that he could kill Su Chen with one knife with his strength as a level 2 evolver. However, he had just rushed in front of Su Chen, and before he could slash down, his head exploded into a flower of blood. Hiss! Seeing this, the man with the goatee and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. One person's head exploding could be said to be an accident, but two people in a row was definitely not simple. This also meant that Su Chen was not boasting, he really had the ability to kill people without being noticed. You are a spirit reader. The man with the goatee suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. The spirit power released by a spirit reader was invisible and could indeed kill people without being noticed. Moreover, to easily kill a level 2 evolver, one must be at least a level 3 spirit reader master. Thinking of this, the man with the goatee felt a chill down his spine. The other people's faces also changed as they looked at Su Chen with indescribable horror. Level 3 spirit readers were very rare even in Yulin. It could even be said that they could be counted on one hand. Every single one of them had great power, and they were definitely not people that the small fry of a third-rate gang like them could afford to offend. Senior, we have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please don't lower yourself to our level. The man with the goatee's attitude took a 180-degree turn and his attitude was very humble. He was very clear that his previous actions had angered Su Chen. If he did not make up for it in time, he would not be able to survive today. Tell me why you stopped us? Su Chen asked calmly. The other party stopped him for no reason. What was their intention? This made him somewhat unable to guess. Senior, we want to ask you about a person's whereabouts. The man with the goatee hurriedly replied. Asking for information can bully the weak? Is this how the Golden Hawk gang conducts themselves? Su Chen snorted coldly. Seeing that Su Chen was angry, goatee and the others kept quiet out of fear. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. All along, the Golden Eagle gang was this unscrupulous. Originally, they still thought that Su Chen was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. Who would have thought that they would kick an iron plate? If they had known that Su Chen was a hidden level 3 spirit reader, they would have avoided him. Who would have come to touch this bad luck? Who are you asking about? Su Chen asked in a low voice. Senior, we are looking for this person. As the man with the goatee spoke, he took out a scroll. After opening it, a graceful and beautiful woman appeared. Su Chen felt that the woman in the scroll was somewhat familiar. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly remembered. A few days ago, on the way to Full Moon City, he encountered people from Lion's Gate. Among them, the beautiful woman was the person in the scroll. What is her name? Is she also from the Golden Eagle gang? Su Chen asked. The beautiful woman died in his hands, and this formed a grudge with the power behind her. To prevent any accidents, he had to figure out the other party's background. Chapter 318. Her name is Immortal. She's not a member of the Golden Hawk gang. She's from the Qilin Mountain, Goatee replied honestly. Qilin Mountain? Su Chen muttered as he tried to recall. That day, the elder from the Hidden Fog sect had told him about all the big and small factions in Yulin, but he didn't mention Qilin Mountain. Did the elder not know about Qilin Mountain? Or was Goatee just making things up? What's the background of Qilin Mountain? Su Chen stared at Goatee and asked coldly. Goatee hesitated, but under Su Chen's stare, he gritted his teeth and said, Senior, Qilin Mountain is a hidden sect. It's one of the top 3 factions in Yulin. Su Chen was stunned and asked casually, what are the other 2 factions called? Forget Worry Valley and Tianqi Mountain. Goatee didn't hesitate this time. Su Chen frowned. He remembered that the elder from the Hidden Fog sect had said that the top 3 factions in Yulin were the Hidden Fog sect, Lion's Gate, and Tongtian City. How did it become the other 3 factions in Goatee's mouth? Who was lying between the 2 of them? Then what's the ranking of Heaven Connecting City in the Yulin region? Su Chen probed without batting an eyelid. Tongtian City is one of the strongest factions in Yulin on the surface, but it's just a subsidiary faction of Qilin Mountain, Goatee explained. Su Chen's expression changed, and his thoughts started to turn. Tongtian City had a level 4 evolver, and there were many evolvers below level 4. They weren't weak, but they were just a subsidiary faction. How strong was Qilin Mountain? What's the cultivation of the strongest person in Qilin Mountain? Su Chen asked again. Recently, he had killed many people from Heaven Connect City and had formed a deep enmity with them. This trip to Yulin might cause a bloodbath in Tongtian City. Would Qilin Mountain sit by and do nothing? The answer was obvious. Qilin Mountain would definitely support Tongtian City, and it would be another bloody battle. Therefore, he needed to understand the ins and outs of the Qilin Mountain in advance so that he could be prepared. There was also another point. That day at the Fire Wolf gathering place, he had learned from a level 4 evolver of Heaven Connect City that Heaven Connect City was trying to open a domain passage. It was hard to say whether or not the Qilin Mountain was behind this. The strongest person in Qilin Mountain is a level 5 evolver, and there is more than one of them. Goatee spoke while secretly observing Su Chen's expression. Originally, he thought that Su Chen would still be afraid of revealing the name of a level 5 evolved being. However, he realized that Su Chen was indifferent from the beginning to the end. It was as if Su Chen did not care about a level 5 evolver at all. Goatee was a bit puzzled. Level 5 evolvers were legendary existences. Every one of them had the power to destroy a city. Why wasn't Su Chen afraid? Level 5 evolvers were invincible in the eyes of others, but Su Chen could easily kill a level 5 holy tortoise, let alone a human of the same level. So, there are also level 5 evolvers in Wuxia Valley and Tianqi Mountain? Su Chen asked. Yes, Goatee replied affirmatively. Su Chen thought for a moment and said again, how did you know about this? Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for being rude. He was a bit puzzled. Why would a weak Golden Hawk gang member know about something that even the elder of the Hidden Fog sect did not know? Our leader came from the Qilin Mountain. He told us about this before. Goatee was in fear and trepidation. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then, he asked about some other things and killed everyone from the Golden Hawk gang. Chapter 319. Behind them, Su Chen and the other three returned to the car, and the intelligent war chariot continued to drive towards the tunnel. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, which was the entrance to the tunnel into Yulin. It was not a casual matter to enter and leave the Yulin forest. In addition to having their identity verified, they also had to pay a considerable toll. At this time, outside the entrance of the passage, dozens of soldiers in armor were checking the MCVs that were entering the passage. There were 7 MCV in front of the intelligent war chariot, and they were being checked in an orderly and unstable manner. After the 7 vehicles were checked and the toll was paid, they entered the tunnel one by one. When it was the intelligent war chariot's turn, a black MCV suddenly cut in from the side, blocking the front of the intelligent war chariot. Cutting in line was a very rude behavior. Su Chen was naturally unhappy. He got out of the car and shouted at the people in the black MCV, "Do you have any manners? Everyone is in line. What right do you have to cut in line?" Soon, a middle-aged man in white came down from the black MCV. After glancing at Su Chen, he did not say anything to Su Chen. He turned to the guard and talked to a few soldiers, then returned to the MCV. Before leaving, he looked at Su Chen again, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule. Damn, this guy is a bit pretentious. Su Chen curled his lips. When he was about to go up and argue, a gray-haired old man came from behind. He came to Su Chen's side and kindly reminded him, "Little brother, that's a MCV from Tongtian City. You'd better not provoke them. A MCV from Tongtian City cannot follow the rules." Su Chen snorted softly. The gray-haired old man shook his head and persuaded, "Little brother, you're not from Yulin, right? Maybe you don't know how powerful Tongtian City is. I advise you not to enter Yulin today, lest you get killed." "Thank you for the reminder, old man, but I still want to enter Yulin," Su Chen said indifferently. He didn't even put the powerhouses of sky-reaching city in his eyes, let alone the people on the MCV. He couldn't wait for them to find trouble with him. "Boy, it's your turn. Hurry up." At this moment, a guard shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't argue with the guard and let the intelligent war chariot drive closer. The guard circled around the intelligent war chariot, and did not ask about Su Chen's background. Instead, he directly asked for energy stones from Su Chen. "Your MCV is bigger than the average MCV, so the charge is higher." "How much?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. 300 ordinary energy stones. "Scram if you can't hand it over." The guard snorted. "You really dare to demand an exorbitant price?" Su Chen laughed instead of getting angry. The entrance fee to the tunnel was 100 energy stones per MCV, and all the other MCVs had to pay 100 energy stones. When it was his turn, the price had increased to 300, which was obviously extorting him. Su Chen still remembered that when he first went to King Kong City, the guard there also wanted to take the opportunity to extort him. However, the price he paid was extremely painful. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if the other party really didn't know what was good for him, then he could only teach them a lesson. "Why didn't I pay for the previous MCV?" Su Chen snorted coldly. Just now, the man in white from Tongtian City had only exchanged a few words with the guard and was let go without paying a single energy stone. If it were someone else, they would never ask about this matter. But in Su Chen's eyes, there was no way he could rub sand. Did they want to treat him as a pushover? They had to have the ability to do so. Chapter 320. The gray-haired old man who had tried to persuade Su Chen sighed and returned to his MCV. In his opinion, Su Chen was too young and impetuous. Sooner or later, he would bring trouble to himself. Could young people live long if they didn't know how to restrain themselves? He even dared to question the guards at the entrance of the tunnel. Wasn't he digging his own grave? The gray-haired old man was afraid of being implicated, so he didn't want to have anything to do with Su Chen. Do you know who they are? Are you worthy of being compared to them? The guard glanced at Su Chen with a face full of disdain. Tongtian City was one of the top forces in Yulin, and Su Chen was just a small character in Huanglin. How could he compare to Tongtian City? What a joke! Su Chen nodded and said faintly, "You're right. I don't care about small characters like Tongtian City. They're not qualified to be compared to me." As soon as he said that, it caused a commotion. Damn, where did this arrogant kid come from? He doesn't even care about Tongtian City. He's from Huanglin and hasn't seen the world. Of course, he doesn't know how powerful Tongtian City is. This kid is dead. There are many people from Tongtian City among the guards. You asked for it. Let's just wait and watch the show. The gray-haired old man clicked his tongue, and his face was extremely ugly. If he had known that Su Chen was so arrogant, he wouldn't have talked to Su Chen. Now, his intestines were green with regret. Huh, the guard laughed wildly and stared at Su Chen as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered and said, "Kid, since you don't care about Tongtian City, do you dare to reveal your name?" "I'm Mo Chenkong, from Qilin Mountain," Su Chen said proudly. Mo Chenkong was Mo Tsilian's brother. He was indeed from Qilin Mountain and was a level 4 evolver. He learned all this from Goatee of the Golden Hawk Gang. Considering that he was bound to cause a huge ruckus here, he might as well pour dirty water on the Qilin Mountain. "Kid, stop trying to be mysterious here. What is the Qilin Mountain?" The guard snorted disdainfully. He had heard of all the big and small factions in the Yulin area, but he had never heard of the Qilin Mountain, so he thought that the Qilin Mountain was a faction in the Yulin area. Could Huanglin District be compared to Yulin District? Even the top forces in Huanglin District could not be compared to a third-rate force in Yulin District. For insulting the Qilin Mountain, you can only atone for your sins with death. Since Su Chen was using the Qilin Mountain as a cover, he had to put on a show. Just as he was about to make his move, a tall and sturdy man rushed over from the passage. The man approached the guard and gave him a slap on the face without any explanation. He was quite ruthless. Not only was the guard's mouth full of blood, he even knocked out a few of his teeth. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. They had never heard of the Qilin Mountain either. However, the tall and sturdy man was the captain of the guards. His actions undoubtedly showed that the Qilin Mountain had a powerful background, so powerful that even the guards did not dare to provoke them. After the burly man finished beating up his subordinates, he turned to Su Chen with a smile. "Friend, my subordinate has eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please don't bother with him." Others did not know about the Qilin Mountain, but he did. The Qilin Mountain was an overlord-level faction in the Yulin district. Although Tongtian City was also very strong, it was obviously not on the same level as the Qilin Mountain. However, there was one thing he could not understand. The Qilin Mountain had always been secretive in their actions. It was rare to see Su Chen making such a big fuss. Do you think that offending the Qilin Mountain will be settled so easily? What do you think the Qilin Mountain is? Su sneered. His goal was to cause a huge ruckus and expose the Qilin Mountain. How could he let it go? Chapter 321. How do you want to settle this, sir? The burly man was slightly displeased. He had already humbled himself and taught his subordinates a lesson. It could be considered that he had given Su Chen enough face. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was still so overbearing. Even if it was the Qilin Mountain, they could not bully people like this, right? They also had backers behind them. If they insisted on fighting to the death, no one would be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. The solution is very simple. Hand over all the energy stones you received as compensation, Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing that, the surrounding onlookers were extremely shocked. A young man from the Qilin Mountain actually extorted the guards? One must know that these guards were all supported by major forces behind them. Su Chen still dared to do this. He was simply lawless. The burly man's face darkened. The toll collected here was not up to him to decide. He had to hand it in as well. Su Chen demanded all the energy stones the moment he opened his mouth. Clearly, he did not want to settle the matter peacefully. Isn't your appetite a little too big? The burly man snorted coldly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, "Just tell me if you're going to hand it over or not." The burly man immediately hesitated a little. Su Chen seemed to be harmless to humans and animals, but his body exuded a faint murderous aura. It gave him a very palpitating feeling. He could even imagine that as long as he said the word no, he might die on the spot in the next moment. "Here." The burly man gritted his teeth and called out to a guard behind him, "Bring over the energy stones collected today." Soon, a guard jogged over with a cloth bag. There are even 2,700 energy stones inside. Keep them well, sir. The burly man took the cloth bag and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen did not even look at it and directly threw it into the storage bag. Then, the corners of his mouth curled. "I'll take the energy stones. Let's talk about something else." His original intention was not for the energy stones, but to make a big deal out of it. How could he make a big deal out of it? He probably had to kill someone. Huh? The burly man was stunned. From Su Chen's tone, it seemed that the matter was not over yet. However, he had already handed over the energy stones, which could be considered as taking a big step back. What else did Su Chen want? "What else do you want?" the burly man asked while holding back his anger. Su pointed at the guard who had scolded him and snorted. "This guy has offended me before. He has to pay the price." "What price? Didn't I teach him a lesson?" The burly man was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something. His eyelids suddenly twitched, and he said involuntarily, You guessed right." Su Chen didn't wait for him to finish speaking, as he punched the guard's head. F***ck. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were inexplicably terrified. What was arrogance? What was tyrannical? Today, they finally saw it in Su Chen. "You." The burly man was so angry that the corners of his mouth trembled. He originally wanted to scold Su Chen, but when he thought of Su Chen's identity and strength, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "If you're not convinced, you can go to Qilin Mountain and find me. I'm Mo Chenkong." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the burly man, as he said disdainfully. The burly man nodded heavily. "Okay, I'll remember your words." Su Chen had achieved his goal. When he returned to the car, he ordered the intelligent war chariot to enter the tunnel. When the intelligent war chariot disappeared from sight, the burly man's face was completely gloomy. He kept muttering, "Qilin Mountain, Mo Chenkong." Chapter 322. The tunnel leading to Yulin was more than 10 miles long. The intelligent war chariot drove for 6 to 7 minutes before it came out of the tunnel. Outside the tunnel, there were also dozens of soldiers guarding the entrance. As soon as the intelligent war chariot appeared, it was surrounded by these guards. "Everyone inside, get out of the car for inspection." A guard with a wretched appearance walked to the front of the car and shouted loudly. Su Chen felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, when they entered the tunnel from Huanglin, the other side had already inspected it. There was no need for them to inspect it again. Even if they wanted to inspect it, there was no need to mobilize so many people, right? It was as if he knew how to run. Su Chen didn't think too much about it and walked straight out of the car, leaving the others in the car. "Why are you the only one? Why aren't the others getting out of the car?" Seeing that there was only Su Chen, the wretched guard widened his eyes and roared. "When we entered from Huanglin, wasn't it inspected? Why is there a need to inspect it?" Su Chen asked back. Hearing this, the wretched guard's face showed a hint of anger and scolded, "I can do whatever I want, why do I need to ask for your permission?" Su Chen spat, "I can't control what you want to do, but if you want to find trouble with me, you must be blind. You dare to scold me? Are you tired of living?" The wretched guard was so angry that his face turned red. Although he was only a guard, he had a powerful force behind him. Normally, no one dared to provoke them. But this young man in front of him not only did not give him any face, he even dared to insult him. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. "Not only do I dare to scold you, I dare to kill you." Su Chen sneered and reached out to grab the wretched guard's neck. The wretched guard was shocked. When he wanted to dodge, he was horrified to find that his body was bound by an invisible force and could not move at all. The wretched guard realized that the young man in front of him was most likely a spirit reader master, and a very high-level one. Just as he was about to speak, his neck was grabbed by Su Chen, and his voice stopped abruptly. "How dare you? Let go!" Seeing this, the other guards rushed toward Su Chen with their weapons. Scram! Su Chen's expression turned cold as he shouted. The guards felt as if they had been hit in the head. They all stopped and looked at each other in dismay. Su Chen's shout carried a powerful pressure, giving them a feeling of fear and trepidation. At this moment, they knew that the young man in front of them was definitely an expert. He might even be an evolver of level 3 or higher. In the face of such an expert, no one dared to act rashly. After intimidating the guards, Su Chen threw the wretched guard to the ground and said coldly, "Who ordered you to do this?" Originally, he wanted to kill the wretched guard, but he thought that the other party would not pester him for no reason. There must be someone behind this, so he wanted to find out who the person behind this was. The wretched guard lay on the ground, terrified and uneasy. He begged for mercy loudly, "Senior, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Su Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. The moment when he was grabbed by Su Chen, he even felt that death was approaching. At this moment, he was so scared that his mind was a little fuzzy. He only wanted to beg Su Chen to forgive him. "I'll say it again. Who ordered you to do this? My patience is limited." Su Chen's voice was cold, and his whole body was surrounded by a murderous aura. The wretched guard was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hurriedly replied, "It was Shi from Heaven Connect City who ordered me to do this." Chapter 323. Sky Connect City. Shi? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. It was true that he had a grudge against Sky Connect City, but who was Shi? Was he sent by Sky Connect City to deal with him? After thinking about it, Su Chen felt that it was unlikely. Although he had killed many people from Sky Connect City, the other party did not know his background, and would not know that he had come to Yulin. Moreover, even if they knew, they would not let the guards cause trouble. All of a sudden, Su Chen thought of a person and asked with a cold snort, "Is Shi a man in white?" driving a black MCV? Yes, it's him. The wretched guard hurriedly replied. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. If Shi did not ask him to investigate Su Chen, how could he be in this situation now? Offending a powerhouse above level 3, he might even lose his life. It's really him. Su Chen whispered. Originally, he did not plan to argue with the man in white. He did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to provoke him. There was a path to heaven, but you did not take it, and there was no door to hell. You can't blame others for seeking your own death. Hand over all the energy stones you received. Su Chen glanced and said coldly. Robbing one house was robbing 2 houses was robbing. Since he wanted to make a big deal out of it, he might as well rob until the end. Senior, we don't have a say in the energy stones. The wretched man explained with a bitter face. They were just a group of guards, and the energy stones they collected had to be handed over. If they did not hand over the energy stones, they would be punished. If you don't want to give, then go to hell. Su Chen did not waste time with him, walked forward, and kicked the wretched man's head. The rest of the guards were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they could not help but retreat. The young man in front of them killed without hesitation, and they were afraid that they would be implicated and end up as wretched guards. You guys, hand over the energy stones, and I will spare your lives. Su Chen's gaze fell on the other guards. His eyes were unusually cold. When their eyes met with Su Chen's, the guards were so scared that they started to tremble. They all understood that if they didn't do as Su Chen said, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. After looking at each other, one of them jogged back and quickly ran back with a cloth bag in his hand. He came to Su Chen's side and presented the pouch with both hands. He said respectfully, Senior, a total of 1,700 energy stones are inside. Su Chen took the cloth bag, threw it into the storage bag, and then went straight to the intelligent war chariot. Before he left, he laughed wantonly. I am Mo Chengkong of the Qilin Mountain. If anyone is not convinced, come find me at the Qilin Mountain. With that, the intelligent war chariot left. After Su Chen left, the remaining guards gathered together to discuss. Captain is dead, and the energy stone was stolen. What should we do? Quickly report this to the higher-ups. Yes, report this to the higher-ups. Damn it, the people of the Qilin Mountain are too arrogant. Not long after Su Chen left, a MCV drove out of the tunnel. The owner of the MCV was the gray-haired old man. When he saw the body of a guard lying on the ground, his heart suddenly trembled. Although he did not know how the guard died, he vaguely guessed that it was probably done by Mo Chengkong of the Qilin Mountain. Too arrogant. Too unscrupulous. The gray-haired old man sighed from the bottom of his heart. Since the tunnel to the Huanglin area was opened, there had never been a case of a guard being killed. He did not expect that it would happen twice in a row today. Mo Chengkong of the Qilin Mountain did not seem to care about the major forces of the Yulin area. His level of arrogance was something that the gray-haired old man had never seen before. Chapter 324. In the intelligent chariot, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and squinted at the control screen. The main purpose of coming to Yulin was to hunt zombies and mutant beasts. As for big cities like Tongtian City, it would not be too late to go there when he had time. Soon, Su Chen found the existence of zombies in an abandoned city. There were not many of them, only about 500. Satoshi, go to this place. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent chariot locked on the target and sped forward. But it didn't go far before the intelligent chariot reminded him, Master, there is a MCV blocking the route ahead. Su Chen whispered and looked at the control screen again, and said, Satoshi, zoom in. After the image on the central control screen changed, a black MCV appeared. Seeing this, Su Chen laughed. He had seen this MCV once. It belonged to Shi from Tongtian City. Originally, he wanted to teach Shi a lesson, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come to his door. Satoshi, drive over. Su Chen's mouth drew a strange arc. A few minutes later, the intelligent chariot came close to the black MCV. Shi was already standing in front of the MCV, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Su Chen got out of the MCV and slowly walked toward Shi. When the two were 3 meters apart, he stopped. Shi glanced at Su Chen and sneered, "Boy, I didn't expect you to dare to enter Yulin. You have guts. Yulin is not your home. Why can't I come?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and said in a deep voice, "You are Shi from Tongtian City, right? You ordered those guards to interrogate me, right?" Hearing this, Shi frowned. "How did you know?" The guards at the tunnel entrance had a good relationship with him. It was also his idea to interrogate Su Chen's MCV. But how did Su Chen know it was him? Logically speaking, those guards would never betray him. Since you've admitted it, then this matter won't be easy to resolve. Also, why are you blocking my way? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. "I stopped you to kill you, of course. This is the consequence of offending Heaven Connect City." Shi Yi's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. After a gloomy smile, he waved his hand toward the MCV behind him. Suddenly, more than a dozen men filed out of the black MCV. Although he did not know how Su Chen knew about his background, he saw that Su Chen was young and came from Huanglin district. Shi Yi's evil intentions grew in his heart. He decided to finish off Su Chen on the spot. Su Chen pursed his lips. "Do you think a bunch of shrimp soldiers and shrimp generals can control me?" "Ha!" Shi laughed maniacally and mocked, "Brat, are you King living too comfortably in Huanglin district? This is Yulin district, not a place where you can show off." Su Chen's fearless arrogance made Shi very unhappy. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet and rushed toward Su Chen. Kill. The others also made their moves. "A bunch of trash." Su Chen scorned. Originally, he thought that since they came from Heaven Connect City, they should have some combat power. He did not expect that they were just a group of level 1 evolvers. Even Shi was only level 2. Su Chen shook his head, then waved his hand, and a gray wind blade shot forward. Level 4 spell. Feeling the terrifying magic wave from the wind blade, Shi and the others were so scared that their hearts stopped beating. Puff puff. Crack. The wind blade swept past, and Shi and the others did not even have time to scream before they were cut in half. As for the black MCV, it was also split in two. Chapter 325. Su Chen went back to the car, and the intelligent war chariot slowly drove away. It didn't take long for several more MBVs to arrive, including a black MCV from Tongtian City. The gray-haired old man also drove the MCV over. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, he clicked his tongue. This Mo Qinkong is really crazy. Is he going to kill people all the way? He could already tell that these dead people were all from Heaven Connect City. When they entered the tunnel, they even took Mo Qinkong's place. He couldn't help but suspect that it was Mo Qinkong who did it. Who did it? How dare he kill people from Heaven Reach City? He must be tired of living. Beside the corpses stood a bearded man. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He kept looking around, his eyes emitting a deep cold light. The gray-haired old man quickly withdrew his gaze, fearing that he would be implicated. He knew it, but did he dare to say it? Once he did, with Mo Chinkong's style of doing things, would he let him go easily? Unexpectedly, this action of his was noticed by the bearded man. "Old thing, why are you hiding? Get down here." The gray-haired old man was startled. After thinking quickly, he hurriedly ran out of the MCV. "Sir, why did you call me?" The gray-haired old man came up to the bearded man and said in fear and trepidation. The bearded man glanced at the gray-haired old man and snorted. "Old thing, do you know something? Tell me the truth, so that you won't suffer physical pain." The gray-haired old man gritted his teeth and said, "I think it's Mo Chinkong from Qilin Mountain." "Who did you say?" The bearded man's eyes widened, almost thinking that he had misheard. Not only did he know Qilin Mountain, but he was also very familiar with Mo Chinkong, who was sitting on his MCV at the moment. These days, they had been looking for Mo Tsilian's whereabouts outside. How could Mo Chinkong have time to kill people from Heaven Reach City? This gray-haired old man dared to lie in front of him. He was simply courting death. The gray-haired old man trembled and stammered, "Sir, I'm just guessing. I don't know if it's him or not." "You dare to make irresponsible remarks when you don't know anything?" The bearded man's face darkened. He reached out and grabbed the gray-haired old man's neck, sneering. "Old son, hold on." At this moment, a young man in his late 20s got off the MCV. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked extremely handsome. However, there was a trace of a black mark between his eyebrows, giving people a feeling of ruthlessness. "Brother Mo, this old thing dares to frame you. Let me teach him a good lesson." The bearded man gnashed his teeth and said. The young man was none other than Mo Chinkong from the Qilin Mountain. He came to the side of the bearded man and waved his hand. "No hurry, I still have something to ask him. It's good to know the ins and outs of the matter." The bearded man swung his hand and threw the grizzled old man to the ground. Mo Chinkong stared at the white-haired old man and said in a deep voice, "Where did you hear about Mo Chinkong? Have you seen him?" "My lord, it's like this." The white-haired old man hurriedly recounted his encounter with Su Chen. Hearing this, Mo Chinkong and the bearded man looked at each other. Their faces turned cold at the same time. "Interesting, someone dares to use my name to do whatever he wants." Mo Chinkong flashed a cruel smile and then said to the bearded man, "Old son, this guy can't have gone far. Let's go after him. Motherf ****, I must skin that brat alive." The bearded man cursed and returned to the MCV with Mo Chinkong. Then, they sped along the road. Chapter 326. An hour later, the intelligent war chariot had already entered the city with zombies. Su Chen noticed on the central control screen that there were hundreds of blue dots opposite the 500 red dots. Zombies and humans appeared in the same place at the same time. What followed was a scene of killing. Originally, Su Chen did not care. But as time passed, the scene of killing did not happen. The two sides seemed to be confronting each other. This situation meant that one of the zombies had intelligence and could restrain the other zombies. Otherwise, the zombies would have already fought with the humans. "Satoshi, let's go and take a look." Su Chen was suddenly interested. Yes. The intelligent war chariot sped up and rushed forward. Yang Hao and the others also began to rub their hands together. A few minutes later, a large number of zombies and humans appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. When he rushed to the front, Su Chen glanced outside the carriage, but his brows frowned. He realized that the situation here seemed to be different from what he had expected. Those zombies and humans were not confronting each other. It seemed more like they were trading. On the human side, there were dozens of people tied up. These people were constantly being sent to the zombie crowd. Every time one was sent out, they would receive dozens of energy stones. Are they really trading? Although he saw it with his own eyes, Su Chen still did not believe it. Because zombies and humans were like fire and water, it was already good that they could live in harmony. It was a bit ridiculous to trade, not to mention that the humans were trading with their own kind. If that was the case, then these people were simply heartless. They were worse than pigs and dogs. The scum of the human race. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot quickly attracted the attention of the zombies and humans. They very tacitly spread out and surrounded the intelligent war chariot. Are these people F*King crazy? Why are they working with the zombies to deal with us? Chao Ran was a bit confused. He did not know why the humans outside were doing this. Wu Yang and the others were also very confused. They all looked at Su Chen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. He had already guessed the reason. These zombies and humans must have made a deal, and the target of the deal was the humans who were tied up. Once this kind of thing was spread out, the zombies would be fine, but those humans would definitely suffer the wrath of other humans. In order to prevent the news from spreading, they joined forces and tried to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Su Chen said in a low voice, "Come down with me." When Su Chen and the others got off the car, a person walked over from the group of zombies and humans. Su Chen took a closer look and saw that the zombie was short and had a dark face, but its eyes were unusually bright. The human was a fat woman who looked like she weighed more than 150 kilograms. Not bad, each and every one of them has soft and tender skin. There are even two extremely beautiful women among them. The fat woman looked at Su Chen and the others, and her face immediately bloomed with joy. Then, she turned to the short zombie, Jianghu, "I'll sell these humans to you for 15 energy stones per person." The short zombie snorted, "Young silly, these humans were not caught by you. They came to me voluntarily. They are ownerless. Anyone who sees them has a share. No, as long as they are humans, they are mine." Young silly roared angrily. "Humph, don't be so shameless." Jiang Kuan's face was cold, and he was not to be outdone. Seeing this, Wu Yang and the others looked at each other. The zombie and the fat woman were arguing in front of them, as if they were fish on the chopping block that could be kneaded at will. Chapter 327. Yang Hao swallowed his saliva and muttered, "Don't tell me these two fellows are treating us as prey." Chao Ran curled his lips, "Are the zombies and humans in Yulin district all idiots? Their group together was enough to destroy a large city. Especially Su Chen, he was an invincible existence. Who would have thought that he would be treated as prey here? What a joke." Su Chen rubbed his nose and scolded, "Both of you shut up, I have something to ask you." Hearing this, Jiang Kun and Yang Silly were stunned. Was the young man in front of them crazy? How dare he talk to them in such a tone? Was he not afraid of death? Yang Silly giggled, "Little handsome, are you in such a hurry to die?" Su Chen felt his stomach churning, he waved his hand, "Fat pig, please turn your face away, I feel disgusted looking at you." Yang Silly was already ugly, and this smile was so ugly that it was unbearable to look at. Even with Su Chen's willpower, he could not stand it. "You dare to scold me?" Yang Silly was so angry that the fat on his face started to tremble. Jiang Kun, who was beside him, laughed and praised, "Kid, you have courage, I admire you." Although Yang Silly was a woman, she was strong, no one dared to provoke him. Who would have thought that he would be humiliated by a strange young man in front of him? Seeing that Yang Silly was defeated, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. "Who do you think you are? You're just a zombie with intelligence, do I need your appreciation?" Su Chen sneered. Jiang Kun was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too arrogant? Scolding Yang Silly was not enough, he even wanted to scold him. Did he really not know how to write the word death? You deserve it. Yang Sili sneered. When Su Chen scolded her, she was so angry that she almost went up to him and skinned him alive. But now that Su Chen scolded Jiang Kun, she felt much better. Brat, I hope you can still be so tough when you speak later. Jiang Kun smiled gloomily and then looked at Yang Sili. This kid is really arrogant. Are you going to make a move or should I? 15 energy stones. Of course it's me. Yang Sili snorted and turned around to grab Su Chen. This grab looked ordinary, but it carried a strong aura. It could be seen that Yang Sili was definitely a powerful evolver. Level 3 evolver. Too weak. Su Chen curled his lips. Then, he flicked his finger, and a gray wind blade shot out from his finger. Spell. Yang Sili's eyes were wide open, and her fat face had completely changed. The wind blades released by Su Chen contained frightening magic fluctuations, giving her a feeling of trepidation. At that moment, she hurriedly withdrew her hand, wanting to escape. However, just as she had this thought, she was shocked to find that she couldn't move at all. Pfft! The wind blade slashed across her body, cutting off her entire arm. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound. Ah! Yang Sili let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. You're a level 4 magician. Jiang Kun was scared out of his wits. To be able to cut off a level 3 evolver's arm so easily, only a magician of level 4 and above could do it. When he thought of this, he turned around and ran. He roared at the zombies around him, "Kill them!" Woo woo, the zombies received the order and rushed toward Su Chen. Wu Yang and the rest couldn't wait any longer and attacked at that moment. Su Chen locked his gaze on Jiang Kun. Then, he flicked out a green thread of light that shot to Jiang Kun's feet in an instant. It turned into a green vine and fixed him firmly on the spot. Chapter 328. Let's attack together and kill him. Yang Sili also roared. She knew very well that the young man in front of her was most likely a level 4 spirit reader and a level 4 magic reader. If she wanted to survive in the hands of such a strong person, she could only rely on her subordinates to have a chance of survival. Yang Sili's subordinates did not hesitate at all as they roared and rushed toward Su Chen. There were about 30 of them, and there were a few level 2 evolvers among them. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled contemptuously and punched out. Buzz! The moment Su Chen attacked, the void shook. The sky was filled with fist shadows floating in the air, giving people a very shocking feeling. What is this thing? Facing such a strange scene, the people who rushed up were a little hesitant. Yang Sili's pupils suddenly shrank, and she shouted in shock, "Secret fist technique." He is also a powerful evolver. The power of the secret fist technique was very great, and only evolvers with especially strong bodies could control it. Thinking of this, Yang Sili felt as if she was struck by lightning, and a stormy sea was set off in her heart. He was a full-time cultivator. And they had all reached level 4. Pegasus Meteor Punch. Su Chen roared and punched out. The fist shadows floating in the air suddenly fell down. The next moment, amidst the sound of bones breaking and screams, more than 30 of Yang Sili's subordinates instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Yang Sili swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and her heart was dead. Jiang Kun, who was not far away, was so scared that his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He cried out in his heart, "Oh my God! Is he still human? How can there be such a powerful cultivator in the world?" As he was imprisoned by Su Chen's wood entanglement technique, he desperately struggled to break free. However, even if he used all his skills, he could not shake the vines under his feet at all. What should I do? Jiang Kun was terrified, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Now, the only thing he could count on was his more than 500 zombie subordinates. However, what he saw was that his zombie subordinates were being slaughtered. Every single one of them was an evolver, especially the metal puppet. It was most likely a level 4 puppet. Killing zombies would be as easy as killing an ant for it. Jianghu knew that the situation was hopeless, so he stopped struggling. A few minutes later, more than 500 zombies were all slaughtered. Wu Yang and the others had already started digging up the energy stones. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and scanned the area. Soon, more than 50 shining fragments appeared in his vision. Seeing this, he couldn't help but grin. As he still had to deal with Yang Sili and Jianghu, he was not in a hurry to pick up the fragments. Then, Su Chen walked up to Yang Sili and said calmly, "Tell me your background. Don't force me to make a move." Yang Sili shuddered and gritted her teeth. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't say anything." Su Chen did not stand on ceremony with her. He raised his hand and smashed her head. Then, he turned and walked toward Jianghu. "Senior, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me." Seeing that Su Chen killed people without restraint and was incomparably ruthless, Jianghu was scared out of his wits. Before Su Chen could speak, he took the initiative to speak. "You're quite tactful, aren't you?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked closer. He said softly, "Tell me your background first." "Senior, I'm from Jianghu City. I'm Do Wuwei's subordinate," Jianghu said in fear and trepidation. Before coming to Yulin, Su Chen had seen Jianghu City on the map on the central control screen. It was a city comparable to King Kong's city. As for Do Wuwei, he did not know who he was. Chapter 329. Is the Do Wuji you mentioned a human or a zombie? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. "Zombie," Jianghu replied immediately. Su Chen's mind moved. So, wasn't Jianghu City occupied by zombies? How many zombies would there be in such a big city? Would there be 100,000? If all of them were killed, how many fragments would there be? What level is Do Wuji? Also, how many zombies are there in Jianghu City? Su Chen asked calmly. Do Wuji is a level 5 zombie. There are 50,000 zombies under him, Jianghu replied truthfully. Only so few? Su Chen was a little disappointed. Jianghu was a little confused. He thought to himself, 50,000 is too few? Why does it sound like you want to kill all the zombies in Jianghu City? Do you really think you are invincible? If you have the ability, go to Jianghu City and try. I guarantee that you will die until not even your bones are left. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. He absolutely did not dare to say it out loud. Su Chen collected his thoughts and continued to ask, "What is the background of the fat woman who made the deal with you?" "She is the deputy leader of the Golden Hawk Gang," Jianghu replied. Hearing this, Su Chen's face became gloomy. Of course, he was familiar with the Golden Hawk Gang. Before he came, he had killed their members. However, he did not expect that the Golden Hawk Gang would sell their own people to zombies for their own selfish reasons. They were inhumane. Although Su Chen was not a nosy person, he could not tolerate what the Golden Hawk Gang did. He had already put the Golden Hawk Gang on his kill list. In the future, if he found the Golden Hawk Gang's nest, he would definitely uproot the Golden Hawk Gang. Su Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "Why do you want to buy humans?" Upon hearing this, Jianghu hesitated, and his eyes began to roll. Su Chen was keenly aware of this and said sternly, "You'd better be sensible. If you dare to lie, I'll make you beg for death." Jianghu sucked in a breath of cold air, gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, it's none of my business. I'm just an errand boy. These people are all wanted by Do Wuwei. What the hell is going on? Su Chen's voice was cold. He faintly felt that things were not so simple. Do Wuwei reared a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast likes to devour flesh and blood, especially human flesh. Jianghu stopped when he reached this point. However, the meaning was very clear. The humans that were bought back had all become food for a dire beast. Is the dire beast a mutant beast? Su Chen suppressed his anger and asked. This was the first time he had heard of the term, ferocious beast, and he didn't know if it was a type of mutant beast. Ferocious beasts are a type of mutated beast. However, they do not belong to our world. They are mutated beasts from another world, Jianghu explained. So, it's a creature of another race. Su Chen nodded and asked again, what's the level of that ferocious beast? Considering that he would go to Jianghu City to kill zombies later, he was more concerned about this extra ferocious beast. Jianghu shook his head and said, I don't know. That ferocious beast rarely shows itself outside, and it has never shown its strength. Su Chen had asked what he needed to ask. He casually smashed Jianghu's head. After that, he released all the humans who were tied up. He asked for some information and let them leave. The only thing left was to pick up the shards. Su Chen focused his gaze and did not find any purple gold shards. He picked up the nearest shard. Half an hour later, all the shards were picked up. Su Chen only kept one shard, and the rest were exchanged for energy points. The shard left behind was a divine stone shard, and it was a brand new divine stone shard called the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Metal Stone. Chapter 330. So far, Su Chen had obtained 4 kinds of God's stones. They were the Celestial Star Fragment Stone, the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite, the Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone, and the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Gold Stone. Among them, the Celestial Star Fragment Stone and the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite had been successfully collected. There was only one Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone and the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Gold Stone. Su Chen had an idea. If he used the fusion gem to fuse these 4 God's stones together, the weight of tens of thousands of pounds would be enough to crush most opponents. Later, he returned to the intelligent chariot and searched for the location of Jianghu City on the central control screen. There were 50,000 zombies in Jianghu City, and he would not let them go. Soon, he found the location of Jianghu City, which was more than 700 miles away from here. When Wu Yang and the others finished digging and returned to the car, Su Chen directly ordered the intelligent chariot to go to Jianghu City. After driving for about half an hour, the intelligent chariot sounded an alarm. Warning, there is a MCV approaching at high speed ahead. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. He had encountered this kind of thing many times. Was it looking for trouble again? Satoshi, don't worry about it. Keep driving. Su Chen did not care. No matter what the other party's purpose was, he was not afraid at all. Soon, the MCV rushed over and blocked the way of the intelligent chariot. At this moment, the other party's purpose was obvious, which was to stop him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked outside. A MCV from Tongtian City? The MCV in front of him was also a black MCV, which looked no different from the one Shi was driving. After the intelligent chariot stopped, Su Chen went straight out of the car. 2 people also walked out of the MCV opposite. One was a middle-aged man with a beard, and the other was a handsome young man. The bearded man was Sun Tiangang from Tongtian City, and the handsome man was Mo Qingkong from Qilin Mountain. Brother Mo, it should be them. Sun Tiangang glanced at the intelligent war chariot and reminded. Before they came, they learned from the gray-haired old man that the fake Mo Qingkong was a young man who owned a silver MCV. And the Su Chen in front of him was a perfect match for the intelligent war chariot. Mo Qinkong nodded slightly with a cold glint in his eyes. He sneered at Su Chen, "Kid, you've got guts." Su Chen rubbed his nose and said coolly, "What's the matter? If there's nothing else, then scram. A good dog doesn't block the way." Arrogant. Sun Tiangang was furious. Just as he was about to teach Su Chen a lesson, Mo Qinkong pulled him back. "Old Sun, this kid won't be able to escape." Mo Qinkong signaled Sun Tiangang not to worry. Then he said to Su Chen, "Boy, tell me, why did you pretend to be me? Are you Mo Qinkong?" Su Chen's interest was piqued. His purpose of pretending to be Mo Qinkong was very simple. He wanted to frame Qilin Mountain, but he didn't expect to attract the real master. "That's me." Mo Qinkong snorted. Su Chen nodded and said bluntly, "I pretended to be you because I don't like Qilin Mountain and wanted to frame them." "What?" Sun Tiangang was dumbfounded. He was now seriously wondering if there was something wrong with the young man's brain. Qilin Mountain was one of the 5 most powerful forces in Yulin. It was an existence that made people pale. Others couldn't avoid it, but this guy actually took the initiative to provoke it. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't take it so hard. Chapter 331. Mo Qinkong looked at Su Chen with interest and smiled grimly. "Kid, where did you hear my name?" He spent most of his time in the sect. If it were not for the whereabouts of his sister, Immortal, he would not have gone out. Logically speaking, very few people would know his name. How did the young man in front of him know about it? Could it be related to Immortal? Thinking of this, he did not wait for Su Chen's reply and asked anxiously, "Have you seen my sister? Are you talking about Immortal?" Su Chen curled his lips. "You've seen her? Where is she?" Mo Qinkong's eyes widened in excitement. "Unfortunately, she's dead. I killed her." Su Chen rubbed his nose. At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. "Why did you kill her?" The excitement on Mo Qinkong's face quickly dissipated and was replaced by a haze. His voice was as cold as a glacier. His eyes were filled with the flames of hatred as if he saw Su Chen as a dead man. Su Chen looked calm and smiled faintly. "I didn't like her, so I killed her." When he killed Immortal, it was mainly because she had an affair with the people of Lion's Gate. He said this mainly to piss Mo Qinkong off. "You little bastard, you're too arrogant. Die." Sun Tiangang, who was next to him, was so angry that he rushed toward Su Chen with a Otetsu sword. However, like before, he was stopped by Mo Qinkong. "Old Sun, this person must die in my hands." Mo Qinkong gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air with a long sword in his hand. Then, his body emitted a dazzling white light and his figure began to fade. It was as if he had become one with the long sword in his hand. At the same time, a violent sword essence and murderous aura spread out. Su Chen was the first to be targeted by tens of thousands of sword essences. "Brat, let's see how arrogant you are. You're dead for sure this time." A cruel smile appeared on Sun Tiangang's face. He had heard of Mo Qinkong's move before. It was the Qilin Mountain's trump card, the body and sword fusion technique. After using this technique, the power that could be unleashed was enough to exceed one's own level. In other words, Mo Qinkong was now a level 4 evolver. After using the body and sword as one, his lethality had exceeded level 5. Sun Tiangang even felt that Mo Qinkong was overreacting. Su Chen was just a young man. Even if he was talented, he would at most be a level 3 evolver. Using a consummate skill like man and sword as one to kill him was simply thinking too highly of Su Chen. After sensing Mo Qinkong's strength, the people in the intelligent chariot looked a little nervous. In the face of such a terrifying swordsmanship secret skill, could Su Chen still be as invincible as before? Su Chen, it's up to you. Wu Yang's eyes were firm. In the past, every time Su Chen faced a powerful opponent, he would have doubts about Su Chen. He was worried that Su Chen would not be a match for him. But every time he came down, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. From this, he came to the conclusion that Su Chen was invincible. No one would be a match for him. This time, he firmly believed that Su Chen would still defeat his opponent. So what if his opponent was a genius from the Qilin Mountain? In front of Su Chen, wasn't he just an ant? On the other side, Su Chen faced Mo Qinkong's powerful attack and murmured indifferently, the Qilin Mountain has some real skills. Chapter 332. Go to Hell. The ethereal Mo Qinkong quickly merged with the long sword in his hand. The next moment, a sword-shaped white torrent rolled toward Su Chen. Good timing. Su Chen laughed wantonly. He hadn't met a decent opponent for a long time. Mo Qinkong's performance was barely passable and worthy of him taking it seriously. A surge of fighting spirit surged in his heart. Su Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he clenched a golden fist and punched out. You overestimate yourself. Sun Tiangang sneered when he saw that Su Chen didn't dodge and even used his body to fight against Mo Qinkong. There was a loud rumbling sound. The white torrent collided with Su Chen's golden fist. After a short stalemate, the white torrent collapsed, revealing Mo Qinkong's true face. Then, Su Chen's fist smashed the long sword and landed heavily on Mo Qinkong's mouth. Ah! With a shrill scream, Mo Qinkong flew out like a kite with a broken string. Along the way, there was a splash of blood. This, Sun Tiangang was dumbfounded. His mind was in a mess. Qilin Mountain's unique skill, body and sword as one, couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was smashed like a dead dog by a punch. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is body and sword as one just an undeserved reputation? Or is that young man unimaginably strong? At the same time, Yang Hao and the others on the intelligent chariot cheered. Awesome! Chenggu is still as awesome as ever. Isn't that right? There is only one Chenggu in the world. If he's not awesome, who is? Wu Yang clenched his fists and screamed in his heart, well done. I knew you were invincible. Su Chen walked up to Mo Qinkong and looked down at him. He sighed and said, Qilin Mountain is just so. Mo Qinkong was already seriously injured. When he heard this, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. As a prodigy of the Qilin Mountain, he had his own dignity. However, in front of Su Chen, his dignity was shattered. His body and spirit suffered a double blow. Unable to bear it, he fainted. Trash! Su Chen snorted. He flicked an icicle with his finger and pierced Mo Qinkong's head. Sun Tiangang watched Mo Qinkong die in front of his eyes. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Run, run quickly, run as far as you can. Just as Su Chen's gaze swept over him, Sun Tiangang turned around and ran. He ran as fast as a rabbit, maximizing the speed of a level 3 evolver. Is it too late to run now? Su Chen curled his lips and used the 100 times strength technique. He took out the Big Dipper star fragment stone from his storage bag and threw it out. He hadn't used the stone since he got it. He wanted to test it out. The stone drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew over Sun Tiangong's head in the blink of an eye. Then, several blue threads of light shot out from the stone and flew down, binding Sun Tiangang. The Big Dipper star fragment stone had the power of the stars, and it had the same binding effect as the spiritual force. After Sun Tiangang was frozen, the Big Dipper star fragment stone fell. Just as it was about to hit Sun Tiangong's head, it suddenly became several feet long. With a boom, Sun Tiangang was smashed into the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Chapter 333. Su Chen smacked his lips and said to himself, "Awesome." He didn't know that the Big Dipper star fragment stone could become bigger at first. When he got it, the feedback didn't mention it either. However, this kind of change was always a good thing. In the future, he would have another attack method. Moreover, the power of the Big Dipper star fragment stone was still very impressive. It was easy to kill a level 3 evolver. Against a level 4 evolver, he should have a high chance of smashing him to death. After a while, Su Chen walked forward and reached out to touch the Big Dipper star fragment stone. With a thought, it quickly shrank to the size of a fist and automatically flew into the storage bag. It was very spiritual. After the Big Dipper star fragment stone was taken away, a bloody meat patty appeared on the ground. Without a doubt, this meat patty was Sun Tiangang. Su Chen glanced at it and turned back to the intelligent war chariot. "Su Chen, where are we going next?" Wu Yang came to Su Chen's side and asked. "Let's go to Jianghu City first. There are 50,000 zombies there," Su Chen replied. "So many?" Yang Hao and the others were a little excited and a little nervous. Although they had killed more than 50,000 zombies before, it was the first time they faced 50,000 zombies at once. Behind, the intelligent war chariot continued to move towards Jianghu City. After about half an hour, Su Chen asked it to stop and then began to prepare food. 50,000 zombies was not a small number. He didn't know how long it would take to kill them. Before that, he planned to fill his stomach first. An hour later, when everyone was full and was about to go on the road, the intelligent war chariot sounded an alarm. "Warning, a large number of zombies and humans are approaching us." Su Chen was a little confused. When did humans and zombies get together? Were zombies chasing humans? Or were humans hunting zombies? Not understanding the situation, Su Chen turned to look at the central control screen. Thousands of red and blue dots were displayed on the central control screen, but it was different from what he had expected. Those red and blue dots weren't chasing after each other. Instead, they were coming over together. This meant that the zombies and humans were in a cooperative relationship and had come together. What were they trying to do? Are they here for me? Su Chen furrowed his brows, and his mind raced. Wu Yang sensed that Su Chen's expression was somewhat unsightly. He asked in a low voice, "Su Chen, what happened? Those zombies and humans are coming for us. Get ready to fight." Su Chen replied simply, then opened the door and walked out. There were only a few thousand zombies, but since they were delivered to his door, he took them all. Zombies actually dared to attack us? Sure. Daoist grinned and followed closely behind Su Chen with the sky hammer in hand. The others looked at each other and walked out of the car one after another. Not long after, 2 minibuses appeared in front of them, followed by thousands of zombies and humans. When they came close, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at them. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered, "It turns out that they are from the Golden Hawk Gang." One of the minibuses had a golden eagle's head on the front, which was the unique symbol of the Golden Hawk Gang. In addition, the humans who rushed over were all dressed in black. They were dressed in the same way as the members of the Golden Hawk gang that he had killed before. Based on these 2 points, Su Chen judged that the humans were from the Golden Hawk gang. Chapter 334. How dare you come here to seek your own death? Su Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Originally, he planned to eradicate the Golden Hawk gang, but he didn't expect that they would come here themselves, which saved him a lot of trouble. The zombie army and the Golden Hawk gang came close and then spread out, surrounding Su Chen's group in the middle. Squeak! The 2 minibuses stopped one after another. A skinny zombie with a gloomy face walked out of the minibus on the left. The one on the right was a bald man with one eye. As soon as they got out of the minibus, they looked at Su Chen's group with eyes full of hatred. After looking for a while, the bald man waved his hand and shouted, "Bring him here." Yes. 2 men from the Golden Hawk gang took an old man and walked up. This old man was one of the people who had been caught by Yang Sili. Su Chen had talked with him before, so he still had some impression of him. At this moment, he understood why the Golden Hawk gang came here. It must be that after the old man left, he was caught by the Golden Hawk gang and gave him away. Is it them? The bald man pointed at Su Chen's group and said sternly. The old man was so scared that he trembled and said, "It's them." The bald man smashed the old man's head with his palm, then looked at Su Chen's group and said coldly, "Among you, who killed my Golden Hawk gang's people, come out and accept your death." This guy really knows how to show off. Chao Ran curled his lips. Who in Yulin doesn't show off? You'll get used to it. Yang Hao said disapprovingly. Since entering Yulin, they had met a lot of people, and almost everyone was awesome. Even the zombies could show off, so he was used to it. I killed them. Su Chen stepped forward and said lightly, "You are the leader of the Golden Hawk gang, Jin Shuyang, right?" "I am Jin Shuyang." The one-eyed bald man replied proudly. Then, he looked at Su Chen again. Disdain appeared on his face as he said disdainfully, "Boy, you really can boast shamelessly. You think you can kill Yang Sili?" Su Chen looked less than 20 years old. How strong could he be? At most, he would be a level 3 evolver. Even though Yang Sili was also level 3, she was one of the best among level 3 players. Even he might not be able to gain an advantage over her. The young man in front of him could kill Yang Sili. Su Chen rubbed his nose and raised his voice, "Not to mention Yang Sili, even if all of you were added together, you are nothing more than ants in my eyes. I can destroy you with a single hand." These words were extremely domineering and arrogant, showing Su Chen's incomparable self-confidence. However, the person on the other side didn't think so. They all thought that Su Chen was a madman, and a madman who knew how to show off. Thousands of zombies and hundreds of elites from the Golden Hawk gang became ants. There should be a limit to showing off, right? Even a level 5 evolver wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You are just a kid less than 20 years old. Who gave you the courage to say these words? Haha, suddenly, laughter came from behind Jin Shuyang. The gloomy-looking zombie raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Chen with interest. He asked, "Since you are so arrogant, do you dare to tell us your name?" "I am Mo Chenkong from the Qilin Mountain. What can you ants do to me?" Su Chen provoked. Chapter 335. You're from Qilin Mountain? Jin Shuyang was shocked. He was too familiar with Qilin Mountain. It was one of the top 5 forces in Yulin. The Golden Hawk gang was also a subordinate force of Qilin Mountain. If the young man in front of him was really from Qilin Mountain, he really couldn't do anything to him. The anger of Qilin Mountain was definitely not something a third-rate gang like them could handle. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. If the young man in front of him was from Qilin Mountain, why did he kill the people of the Golden Hawk Gang? Bullshit. The Dove zombie suddenly shouted, "Kid, do you think I don't know Mo Chenkong? You dare to pretend to be from Qilin Mountain? You're quite brave. What's your name?" He was the mayor of Jianghu City, Do Wuji. As a zombie of 5 households, he could naturally come in contact with many powerful people. Although he wasn't familiar with Mo Chenkong, he had met him once. Therefore, he immediately saw through Su Chen and realized that he wasn't the real Mo Chenkong. Fake? Fake? Jin Shuyang came to his senses and shouted, "Kid, you're King good. You even dare to lie to me. You'll suffer later." Su Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled, "Since you can't pretend anymore, then I'll tell you the truth. Listen, I'm your ancestor. Are you satisfied now? You're pissing me off." Jin Shuyang was so angry that the veins on his face were popping out. Do Wuji's face was also green. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. At this point, Su Chen still dared to tease them. This was intolerable. Do Wuji and Jin Shuyang looked at each other and rushed toward Su Chen. Jin Shuyang held a large ringed saber in his hand. As he ran, he raised the large ringed saber above his head, looking majestic. Although Do Wuji was barehanded, as a level 5 zombie, his body was obviously stronger than a human. At this moment, he threw a punch at Su Chen. Level 4 Evolver. Level 5 Zombie. Is this your confidence? Su Chen sneered. Just as Do Wuji was about to rush over, a stone that was decorated with starlight suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, he casually tossed it towards Do Wuwei. Petty tricks. Seeing a fist-sized rock flying towards him, Do Wuwei gave a disdainful smile and turned his fist into a claw. Originally, he wanted to grab the stone, but the moment he touched it, he clearly felt an unparalleled force contained within it. What the hell? Do Wuwei's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to exert his strength, that huge force had already crushed over. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Do Wuwei's entire palm was smashed to smithereens, and even his body was sent flying. After landing on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already seriously injured. Although it was a level 5 zombie, it could not resist the power of the Big Dipper star fragment stone at all. What's more, he was caught off guard. Seeing this scene, Jin Shuyang was almost scared out of his wits. A level 5 zombie couldn't even take a single hit from the opponent and was seriously injured? How were they supposed to fight? Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? Although he knew this very well, Jin Shuyang was already riding a tiger and could not get off. He had already rushed in front of Su Chen, and the large ringed sword had been accumulating power for a long time. It was too late to retract it now. In the end, he gritted his teeth and slashed at Su Chen with his saber. Su Chen acted as if he did not see it at all. He did not dodge or evade, allowing the sword to fall on his head. Seeing this, Jin Shuyang was ecstatic and roared, "Go to hell." In the next moment, the large ringed sword landed heavily on Su Chen's head, but strangely, it shattered. It did not even hurt Su Chen's skin. Chapter 336. Jin Shuyang's mouth was wide open as he looked at the lonely sword in his hand and then at Su Chen. When he saw that Su Chen was unharmed, he was petrified. He could not understand why the powerful attack of a level 4 evolver was like a tickle to Su Chen. How strong was the body of this young man in front of him? Even a level 6 evolver could not compare to him. Was there any way he could survive against such a strong opponent? Do Wuwei, who was not far away, also saw this scene. At this moment, he had completely forgotten the pain in his body. His heart was in a mess, and his breathing was stagnant. Su Chen's strength had given him an unprecedented shock. In his heart, he had an illusion that in front of Su Chen, he was no different from an ant. The Golden Hawk Gang has committed all kinds of evil. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. Before Jin Shuyang could react, Su Chen punched out. There was a loud explosion. Jin Shuyang's head exploded into a flower of blood, and he died on the spot. Oh my God! He's not human. Run for your lives. When the remaining members of the Golden Hawk Gang saw that their leader was dead, they did not dare to continue staying there. They were scared and fled in all directions. Su Chen had already planned to completely eradicate the Golden Hawk Gang. How could he let them escape? Go to hell. Su Chen punched out from afar, and the sky was filled with fist shadows. The members of the Golden Hawk Gang cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 people were turned into piles of meat paste. Those who were further away and were lucky enough to escape the calamity began to flee for their lives. Fist secret technique. Do Wuwei swallowed his saliva, and his heart sank to the bottom. How terrifying was it to kill more than 200 evolvers with one punch? Even a level 6 evolver could not do it. Could it be that he was a level 7 evolver? Thinking of this, Do Wuwei was almost scared to death. Xiao Tai, chase after them. Leave no one alive. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The mechanical soldier chased after him and kept swinging the machete in its hand. Cries of agony could be heard. After dealing with the Golden Hawk Gang, Su Chen's gaze fell on Do Wuwei. Being swept by Su Chen's gaze, Do Wuwei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He knew that Su Chen would not let him go. The only thing he could do now was to escape quickly to save his life. All of you, kill him. Do Wuwei roared, ordering all the zombies to attack Su Chen. As for himself, he took the opportunity to fly backwards. In his opinion, thousands of zombies would definitely not be able to kill Su Chen, but they should be able to delay him for a moment, right? As long as he had enough time to get on the MCV, he would have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Su Chen would not give him this opportunity. The enchanted divine saber swept out, and a blue torrent swept up. In the midst of lightning and thunder, hundreds of zombies turned into ashes on the spot. There was also a vacuum between Su Chen and Do Wuwei. Do you think you can escape? Su Chen smiled contemptuously, purple light curling around his feet. Then, his feet moved, and like a hurricane, he swept toward Do Wuwei. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Do Wuwei. Do Wuwei was scared out of his wits, desperately screaming, "Save me!" There was a bang. Suddenly, the MCV behind Do Wuwei burst into pieces. Then, a monster more than 10 meters in size rushed out from it. This monster was covered in a layer of gray fur, shaped like a tiger, and a pair of bell-like eyes exuded a cold blue light. Chapter 337. A Dire Beast? Su Chen slowly narrowed his eyes. A level 5 zombie that could collude with the Golden Hawk Gang was most likely Do Wuji from Jianghu City. He had already guessed this. Do Wuji had a dire beast, so he suspected that the tiger demon in front of him was a dire beast. Tiger demon, kill him, and I will give you more humans as food. Do Wuji pointed at Su Chen and roared. The dire beast's big eyes rolled around, as if it was extremely excited. Roar! With a roar, it leaped toward Su Chen. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and coupled with the strong pressure it exuded, there was no doubt that it was a dire beast comparable to a level 5 evolver. Feeling a foul stench coming toward him, Su Chen snorted coldly and swept out with his saber. After a burst of white light gathered on the saber, a white torrent swept forward. The white torrent contained an icy chill, and at this moment, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen solid. In the next moment, the white torrent and the dire beast collided. The dire beast's movements slowed, and its body was quickly covered with a layer of frost, which grew thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, its body was submerged, and it became a huge ice sculpture. Bang! The frozen dire beast lost its ability to move and fell heavily at Su Chen's feet. What level of icebound technique is this? Dou Wuji's heart was like dead ashes, and this was the only thought in his mind. Su Chen's strength had left an indelible mark in his heart. He knew that in front of Su Chen, any means were child's play. It was impossible for him to escape with his life today. Although the dire beast was frozen, it was still a level 5 dire beast, and it would not sit still and wait for death. At this moment, it was desperately struggling to break through the ice. Su Chen glanced coldly and reached out to grab one of the dire beast's forelimbs. Then, he used the 100 times strength technique and easily lifted it up, then slammed it on the ground. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The ferocious beast came into close contact with the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. After this heavy impact, the ice on the beast's body shattered and fell off. However, it was smashed until it was dizzy and saw stars. Just as he was feeling a little confused, he felt his body lighten, and he flew into the air again. Then, there was another heavy impact, and half of the bones in his body were shattered. Woo-woo! The ferocious beast howled in pain. At this moment, its heart was crumbling. Being smashed here and there like this, sooner or later he would become a pile of minced meat. Su Chen didn't care about any of this. He picked up the beast and smashed it. The more he smashed it, the more energetic he became. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions continued to ring out. When Dou Wuji saw this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slumped weakly onto the ground. The scene in front of him made him feel inconceivable. A level 5 vicious beast that weighed tens of thousands of pounds was being held in the hands of a human like a dead dog and was being smashed here and there. Was this even something a human could do? Who could be his opponent? Boom! With the last sound of collisions, the dire beast had become a pile of minced meat. It couldn't be more dead. At the same time, 10 colorful beams of light shone from its corpse. 10 fragments. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then he retracted his gaze and slowly walked towards Dou Wuji. There were still a large number of zombies charging towards him, but they were all smashed into nothingness by him. Chapter 338. Wu Yang and the others were also killing zombies with the help of the intelligent war chariot. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies had been slaughtered. Su Chen walked to Dou Wuji and was about to kill him. Dou Wuji begged for mercy, "Senior, please spare my life. I'm a subordinate of the Black Cloud Emperor." If he wanted to live, he had to bring out someone powerful. As for the Heian Emperor, in his opinion, he could make Su Chen somewhat wary. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said, "The Black Cloud Emperor is also a zombie?" He would definitely kill Dou Wuji, but before that, it would be good to ask for some useful information. Dou Wuji hurriedly replied, "The Black Cloud Emperor is not a zombie. He's from the Undead Clan." Undead Clan? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The Undead Clan was one of the 5 super clans. He had encountered them twice in the Huanglin district, but he did not expect to see them in the Yulin district. Moreover, it sounded like the Black Cloud Emperor's power was not small. What's the Black Cloud Emperor's cultivation? How many zombies does he control? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. He's a level 6 evolver. All the zombies in the Yulin district are under his control. There are millions of them. Dou Wuji replied truthfully. Hiss. Hearing this, Su Chen gasped. The Black Cloud Emperor's strength was something he did not expect. Then why doesn't he rule Jianghu Island? Su Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, a level 6 evolver with millions of zombies should be enough to sweep the entire Jianghu Island. However, the Yulin district's strength was mixed, and the various forces seemed to be in a state of confrontation. This was something he could not figure out. Because there are 4 other forces that are on par with the Black Cloud Emperor. They are evenly matched, and no one can do anything to the other. Dou Wuji explained. There are 4 other forces? Su Chen asked anxiously. Before he came, he thought that the strongest forces in the Yulin district were the Hidden Fog sect, Lion's Gate, and Tongtian City. But as he slowly came into contact with Yulin, he realized that Yulin was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Great forces like the Hidden Fog sect were just small fries. There's also the Qilin Mountain, the Forgotten Valley, the Tianqi Mountain, and the Kongdong Mountain Range. Dou Wuji replied honestly. Su Chen knew the first 3, but he had never heard of the Kongdong Mountain Range. He asked, what kind of power is the Kongdong Mountain Range? The Kongdong Mountain Range is the world of mutated beasts. Their leader is a level 6 bloodthirsty demon wolf. Level 6 mutated beast? Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he continued to ask, in that case, the 3 major forces of Qilin Mountain also have level 6 existences? Yes. Dou Wuwei nodded. Su Chen was a little puzzled. According to his understanding, the 3 great powers of the Qilin Mountain should belong to the human race. However, how could there be a level 6 existence among the humans? Are Qilin Mountain, Forgotten Sorrow Valley, and Tianqi Mountain human forces? Su Chen decided to confirm. No. Dou Wuwei shook his head. No. Dou Wuwei shook his head and said, the Qilin Mountain is supported by the Imperial Beast tribe. The Forgotten Sorrow Valley should belong to the Dharma race. The Tianqi Mountain has a strong fighter from the Flying Feather race. Su Chen was secretly shocked. He did not expect the 5 super forces of the Yulin district to be controlled by the mutated races. And the humans seemed to be their subordinate forces. Moreover, the Dharma race existed among them. The Dharma race was proficient in spells and was also one of the 5 super forces. In addition to the undead race, there were actually 2 super forces in the Yulin district. And since the Imperial Beast tribe and the Flying Feather race were able to compete with these 2 super forces, they should not be too weak. Chapter 339. Senior, I've said everything I need to say. Can you spare my life? Dou Wuming asked weakly. Su Chen rubbed his nose. You're a level 5 zombie. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to get fragments. The higher the zombie's level, the higher the chance of getting fragments. Level 5 zombies had a 100% chance of dropping fragments. Fragments? What do you mean? Dou Wuming was still in a daze when Su Chen punched him in the head. The moment he fell, 2 orange fragments appeared on his body. On the other side, Wu Yang and the others were still hunting zombies. However, there were not many zombies left. Su Chen did not help them and started picking up fragments instead. The first thing he picked up were the 2 orange fragments that were close to him. Picked up, Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito, Fragment X1, 210. Fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Su Chen had high expectations for this mosquito. He did not choose to exchange it and went to grab the second fragment. The second fragment was also the Super Ancient Devouring Gorilla Mosquito. Su Chen sighed and squinted his eyes as he looked around. Soon, hundreds of fragments appeared in his vision. Moreover, he realized that there were more than 30 orange fragments. This situation had never happened before. Can I collect all of the super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito? Su Chen was tempted. Then, he continued to pick up fragments. An hour later, all the fragments had been collected. Su Chen got his wish and collected all of the super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito, and exchanged it. What appeared in his hand was a mosquito the size of a thumb that was shining with golden light. Other than its body being bigger, it was no different from a normal mosquito. The feedback he received was that the super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito was an insect beast that evolved by absorbing the blood of mutated beasts. At first, it was just a normal mosquito with no attack power. Even a normal person could kill it. However, after absorbing the blood of a level 1 mutated beast, it would evolve into a level 1 insect beast and its combat power would soar. The higher the level of the mutated beast it absorbed, the higher its level. Of course, there was a gradual process in between. Under normal circumstances, it could only absorb level 1 mutated beasts. He would only be able to absorb level 2 mutated beasts after reaching level 1. He would not be able to absorb mutated beasts that were one level higher than him. If it was too high, not only would he not be able to complete the upgrade, he might even die from overeating. Not bad. Looking at the golden mosquito in his hand, Su Chen nodded slightly. In this world, there were many mutant beasts. With him as its master, the super ancient devouring adamantine mosquito did not have to worry about not having enough mutated beasts to devour. In this way, he could quickly increase his strength. He might even reach level 5 very soon, or even level 6. After reaching level 6, Su Chen had gained another powerful fighter. Without a doubt, his strength had increased by a large margin. Later, he put the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito into the pet breeding space and returned to the intelligent war chariot. Wu Yang and the others were still digging for energy stones. Su Chen had nothing to do, so he looked at the central control screen. There were no red or black dots on the central control screen. Instead, a large number of blue dots appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. The location was not in the city, but in a plain. This piqued Su Chen's interest. He originally wanted to go to Jianghu City, and this human gathering place happened to be on his way. He wanted to go over and see what was going on. Chapter 340. When Wu Yang and the others finished digging up the energy stones and returned to the car, Su Chen let the intelligent chariot go to the place where the humans were gathered. An hour later, a large number of humans appeared in front of the intelligent chariot. Some shouting could be heard faintly. Newly unearthed 10-year-old ginseng, cheap price, only 10 ordinary energy stones. 1 complete level 2 fire fox fur, can be used to make defensive armor, can resist the attacks of level 2 evolvers and spellcasters, affordable price, only 15 energy stones. Tong, an arms shop produces all kinds of weapons, killing zombies is as easy as pie, definitely worth it, don't miss it. Is this a market? Su Chen was a little confused. He had been in the apocalypse for more than a year, and he had never seen so many big markets. Moreover, with so many people gathered together and defenseless, were they not afraid of being attacked by zombies? Su Chen, this seems to be a market selling things, should we go down and take a look? Wu Yang suggested. Places like markets were very rare. Not only Wu Yang was interested, but the others also gathered around Su Chen. Obviously, they all wanted to go down and take a look. Since everyone is interested, let's go down and take a look. Su Chen also did not want to miss this opportunity. In addition, he also wanted to know why this market dared to be opened so openly. Great! Yang Hao and the others were suddenly excited. Su Chen left the 3 mutant wolves and the mechanical soldier in the car and led the others out one after another. As soon as they entered the market, a skinny middle-aged man enthusiastically greeted Su Chen and the others. Friends, I have fresh 5 sun fruits, 1 ordinary energy stone for 1. They taste very delicious. He saw that Su Chen and the others were dressed well and drove a very beautiful MCV, so he assumed that Su Chen and the others were rich, which was why he was so enthusiastic. Su Chen's planting dimension had many kinds of fruits, most of which were fruits from his previous life. As for the fruits in this world, he had never seen or eaten any of them, so he wanted to try them. Give me 20 first. Su Chen took out 10 energy stones and placed them in the skinny man's hand. The skinny man beamed with joy and hurriedly picked 25 sun fruits that looked pretty good. Have a taste. Su Chen paid attention to them one by one. He also took one and examined it in front of him. The 5 sun fruit was the size of an adult's fist. It was green in color and emitted a faint fruity fragrance. Su Chen took a bite and felt that the taste was not bad. It was sweet and delicious, and there was a lot of juice. It was similar to the pears in his previous life. How do you feel about the taste? After eating a 5 sun fruit, Su Chen asked the others. It's delicious. It's too sweet, Shi Daniu mumbled. Tan Lin and the others nodded in agreement. Su Chen turned to the skinny man. Boss, how many 5 sun fruits do you have? I'll take care of everything. Everything? The skinny man was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. He had a total of 305 sun fruits. If he sold all of them, he would make at least 50 energy stones. It was definitely a huge fortune for him, 300 in total. If you want all of them, just give me 140 energy stones, the skinny man said with a smile. As if he was afraid that Su Chen would go back on his word, he took the initiative to lower the price. However, even if he only earned 40 energy stones, he would be satisfied. No need. I'll give you as much as you want. Su Chen directly took out 150 energy stones. He was not interested in such a small amount of energy stones at all. In addition, the reason why he wanted to buy all of them was that he had something to ask the skinny man. You're tuning in to the UnparalleledSwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.